JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, taped. Not live, actually, not live. I am not live right now at all. It's still daylight outside. I taped this earlier. This is the best of 2023. We're getting ready to watch a clip show. And let me tell you, putting this together made me realize how wild a fucking year it's been. Hope everyone had a great New Year's. If you joined us last night on the stream, we got to watch Megan Thee Stallion. We got to watch Green Day, Ellie Goulding. That was a lot of fun. We found out what that news be doing last night. What a wild year it's been, though. This past year, we did a lot of things. We celebrated the 3rd anniversary of the Troll Patrol. What that means is we are only a couple months away. Well, two couples. We're about 4 months away from the 4th anniversary special of the Troll Patrol. Gonna be the 420 4th anniversary special this year. I thank you guys for being along for the ride with me. 2023 has been exceptionally stupid, though. We started off the year with Republicans unable to elect a Speaker of the House. A fist fight almost broke out on the House floor. Craziness. I'm trying to kind of go through it. There was the yes. Marjorie Taylor Greene getting a cease and desist from Dr. Dre. Now I tried to go in chronological order through these stories, because especially I figured it would be jarring if you start off the year and I have long hair, and then like you're seeing different clips with long hair and then short hair. I'm bald. The hair is growing back nicely, by the way. Hair is growing back nicely. We did Bald Boy Summer. After I shaved my head, it was something I had said for well over a year, that should Trump get indicted, I would shave my head. That is something you are going to see. I did that live on stream. The picture is actually up on my TV right now of me shaving my head. That is coming up. That happened in April, I believe. But before we get there, a lot of other things happened. 5 cops were fired from a police department in Tennessee for having a weird sex thing going on with one of the women that have now said that they were abusing her. So I feel sorry for her, but you know. Also, ACAB means her too, even if she's a rape victim. I'm sorry. Lynette Hardaway of the grifter group Diamond and Silk passed away. You're going to hear from General Breedlove. That was one of my favorite clips from this past year. General Breedlove talking about penetrating deep. Diplomatic docking. That was one of my favorite clips. Macron and Zelensky touching dicks at a meeting. Sam Smith triggered all the Puritans and the right. Speaking of right wing and music, 2 horrendous performances you're going to see tonight. James O'Keefe and Tim Pool both feel that they are musically inclined, and they are not. AI, not musically inclined, not creatively inclined. You're going to see an AI-generated commercial that just keeps getting weirder as you watch it. Congressman George Santos kept a campaign promise to lock up criminals, meaning himself. Marjorie Taylor Greene showed Hunter Biden's dick to Congress. Matt Walsh hosted Nazi diaper wrestling. In a deposition, it was revealed that Rudy Giuliani is a tit guy. The whole Oliver Anthony saga, I called it. He was a plant. I was right. There was the brawl that happened in Alabama. Some idiot right-wingers called it witchcraft. Because some black people beat up some privileged white people. I had to apologize for being racist multiple times. The most watched clip, most popular clip of the Troll Patrol this year, Pastor Greg Locke taking a bat wrapped with the Bible to some sort of playhouse. I call it a Barbie house in the clip you're going to see. Apparently, it's not a Barbie house. I also make reference to Greg Locke being upset about the Barbie movie because this was right around the time the Barbie movie came out. Apparently, it had nothing to do with the Barbie movie. So forgive me for being wrong on that point. However, the clip is priceless as Greg Locke goes nuts and takes a baseball bat wrapped with the Bible and demolishes some sort of playhouse. You are going to see a 98-year-old woman cuss out the cops. Tommy Tuberville talked about how the wokes are infiltrating the Navy and maligns a suicide prevention poetry slam. An Ohio school board member gave a Nazi salute. School board president Chris Christie comes up with one of his cringiest lines. Calls Donald Trump Donald Duck. Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, who once called me a formidable voice in the culture.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
He's not always wrong. He's not always wrong, but most of the time he's wrong. He was eliminated from Dancing with the Stars. I really fucked some people up with that clip. They didn't It is not the Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire. It's a different Matt Walsh. And he was doing a bit about him being on Dancing with the Stars. And then I acted as if that bit was serious. It's a whole thing. It was very meta. I apologize. You're going to see a cop get run over by another cop in one of my absolute favorite clips. 2023. Alex Jones ripped off one of my favorite comedians, Trevor Moore. Rest in peace, motherfucker. The congressman shared an insane campaign ad, which I felt was a ripoff of Vic Berger. Horse got thrown off a plane for singing gospel music. All that and a lot freaking more tonight on the Troll Patrol Best of 2023. Enjoy. I'm sorry that I did not stick around long enough last night with the New Year's coverage, and we could have seen something else that might have been really cool. Some cops got attacked last night. There were some cops attacked during the New Year's Eve celebration. I guess it was already New Year's Day when it happened. It happened after the ball dropped. Alleged Islamic extremist in machete attack on NYPD cops asked family to repent to Allah in a disturbing manifesto. Do we have video of the attack? Or is this the aftermath?
Crazy.
Nash, good evening. Guy comment, did I say good evening to your lovely face? This is the scene in New York last night that we missed out on. So like the next day?
Hi there, I'm Lee.
Oh, shit. A 19-year-old alleged Islamic extremist suspected of attacking NYPD cops with a machete on New Year's Eve penned a disturbing manifesto that urged his family to please repent to Allah and accept Islam, police sources told the Post. Remember, you can't always trust the cops. Trevor Bickford, a Maine resident who arrived in the Big Apple just days before the attack, carried the handwritten note in his backpack along with a collection of religious material and $200 while staying at the Bowery Mission in Manhattan. My family, specifically mother, I'm sorry for not having been a good enough son, the note read. I fear greatly that you will not repent to Allah, and therefore I hold hope in my heart that a piece of you believes, so that you may be taken out to the hellfire. What? That didn't make any sense to me. My brother Travis, of anyone I've known who I have felt is closest to faith, it's you. Of anyone I've ever wanted to accept Islam with me, it's you. Please repent to Allah and accept Islam. I fear for you. So that is Trevor Bickford. He is 19 years old. He came from Maine, was shot in the shoulder after attacking cops with a machete. Taken away. I assume he's handcuffed. Addressing his other brother, who sources said is in the Marines, the suspect allegedly wrote, "To Devin, there was a time when we were close, but that time has passed. You have joined the ranks of my enemy, and for that I can give you no kind words. Return to Allah." Bickford of Wells, Maine is believed to have found religion in recent years following the death of his father, Tom, from an overdose in 2018. Teen's father played a very active role in the lives of his three sons and could often be found coaching them at football and wrestling. So, the little white boy from Maine? Converted to Islam. Went to New York and attacked some cops. Do I have this story right? He thought he was on a suicide mission. He thought he was going to suicide by cop, I assume. Because that note sounds like somebody who doesn't think he's going to live. So he wanted to martyr himself. Sources said Bickford became radicalized as recently as a month ago. Bickford's radical shift put him on the FBI radar before he hopped an Amtrak train and traveled to New York, arriving on December 29th. Around 10 p.m. on Saturday, he allegedly attacked cops working the Times Square detail, including a rookie on his first assignment. The young cop, who was still assigned to the police academy, suffered a gash to his head. A Staten Island officer suffered blunt force trauma to the head. Both were taken to Bellevue Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Bickford was shot in the shoulder and wounded during the attack. He remained hospitalized Sunday and has not yet been charged. That seemed to be a picture of the machete that he wielded. It is unclear how long Bickford had been staying at the Bowery Mission, but police sources said investigators found a sheath for the machete, a variety of other knives, and a collection of religious material. According to reports, Bickford once appeared to be a typical American teenager who played on a championship football team at Wells High School, won an art award in school for his jewelry, and made the honor roll as a freshman. Alright, I don't want to have to keep going back to this story, but there's just shit that interests me. Because at this point, this is not we're not doing a positive criminal justice or anything. We're just kind of being exploitative. But I'm interested. This is the body camera footage from the Idaho murderer during one of the times that the cops stopped him during a cross-country trip. Now, he's already murdered all four of the students. and he's headed back home to Pennsylvania to be with his family for Christmas. And they were pulled over twice. This was one of the times. He could have been like a buy here, pay here kind of thing, but like a Jaguar?
How I stopped you, man, when you were driving by me there, you're a little too close to back that semi. Between you and the back of this trailer.
Okay, so this is the following too close.
Going 60 or 70 miles an hour. About 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did?
We're gonna be looking at the door handle the whole time?
You guys stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Okay, alright. You thought you guys were following too closely?
Well, why you keep following closely then? You've already been cited for it.
Okay. Today? Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay?
What?
So like I said, it's all about how fast you're going, okay?
Jakesony! Thank you for the sub.
So speed limit here is 7. You're going 70 miles an hour, you need 7 cars. Yeah. That's the easy way to explain it. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he's just joking around with a murderer.
Alright, you guys have a safe trip. Where y'all heading?
Thank you so much.
Where y'all heading to?
We're not really gleaning anything from this because, like, we can't even see them.
Where at? Yeah, it's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes?
I prefer to drive myself, even if it's cross country.
Did you? Okay. Alright, well, hey, peace out, safe trip.
Thank you,
Safe.
sir.
Justin! Getting a gift, Jakesony. Thank you for handing out a gift sub. Is this the dash cam footage of the same stop, possibly? I want to see him following too closely. I'm assuming that this is the dash cam footage of the same stop. Morning New Year! So that is the Elantra. I wonder if they had already had like the Bolo for the Elantra at this time.
You live in sexual anarchy?
It was December the 15th. Be honest, I don't think they were following too close to that truck. That's what I was thinking clinically. Perhaps he saw them do it before. Yeah, this is just the dash cam of the same stop. Now we're gonna move to the Daily Mail with the gossip, because apparently this motherfucker has been acting crazy in jail. I was hoping we were gonna get a good look at him. I was really wanting to see how he interacted with law enforcement. That was the reason why I was excited about the body camera footage. Apparently he said, "You come in here and I'll cut you." The accused Idaho murderer, Brian Koberger, taunts the guards, exposes himself, and sings violent rap lyrics as he sits in jail awaiting extradition over the deaths of Idaho students. Suspected Idaho murderer Brian Koberger spends his days ranting and singing lyrics from violent rap songs inside the Pennsylvania jail where he's being held. Now this is kind of weird to me. "You come in here and I'll cut you," Koberger allegedly yelled at one guard. "I'm going to pee on your face." Hey man, I understand. I know where you're coming from. I really want to pee in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. I'm not going to hold that one against you. "I pee on your face." It sounds like something like Triumph the Comic Dog would say. "Do what you want with me. I don't give a shit." Oh my God, is this her?
And when we came in, it was like a total lockdown. Like nobody could be out or in, while he was in the cell. Like if he came out, we were in lockdown. He's singing songs that are violent.
Like what? What songs?
Okay, so like I'm gonna cut you up. There's one called Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, I'm gonna cut you up, motherfucker. I'm gonna pee on you and I'll pee on your face. So that's usually by Bad Bunny or Snoop Dogg.
Wait, does Bad Bunny have a song about peeing on your face?
My cell was on the right. If I went out and looked to the right, he was right on the right side. So I saw him clearly.
And he was sitting in a cell?
I've listened to Bad Bunny.
By the door, but you could still see him.
Oh, the plastic glass.
Yeah, yes.
So how far away were you from him?
If I was here, literally, maybe where this line is right here. He said,
Now, R. Kelly, he has songs about pissing on your face.
Motherfucker, you ain't gonna do nothing to me because I'm gonna cut all you up. Those were the words, and he just kept repeating songs that were very violent. And then pulling his shirt up and his pants down.
Exposing himself or just his underwear?
No, exposing everything, his top and bottom.
His genitalia?
Yes.
Well, there's that. You can see why I'm fascinated by this. Have you heard the freaking news? YouTube, Facebook, and all of big tech are trying to do a cancel culture on JustinFREAKIN.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Help the channel stay alive and grow by subscribing or following, and be sure to turn on notifications so you don't miss any of the fun, even when one platform tries to shut us up.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
If you have it to spare and really want to show support, consider subbing on Twitch, becoming a patron, or a member on YouTube. You'll get access to extra delights and debauchery, and you'll have my eternal appreciation. Thank you for being a freaking follower, and have a great freaking day. But day one, can Kevin McCarthy outlast this lettuce? Guys, I thought it was just a formality. I thought that I was right. There were only a couple rounds of voting today. And then they adjourned. People had talked about Kevin McCarthy didn't want to adjourn. He wanted to go all night if need be because he felt that he was in a better position. That if they adjourned for the day, which they did, they adjourned about 5 o'clock until tomorrow at noon. Kevin McCarthy thought that if they adjourned, he would lose control of the conference. There are people that are speculating that Kevin McCarthy may very well have to resign. He is not going to be the Speaker of the House. I didn't think it was a possibility. The betting odds have now moved in Steve Scalise's favor. He was not one of the ones that was nominated today. Jim Jordan coming in. Hakeem Jeffries coming in second in the vote. That is, every Democrat voted for Hakeem Jeffries on each round. Jim Jordan came in second in the Republican vote. Jim fucking Jordan. So 3 rounds of voting took place today. They are supposed to reconvene tomorrow at noon. We'll see what happens. There's going to be a lot of wheeling-dealing going on behind the scenes tonight. Let's get the rundown from ABC News
All right,
here.
Breaking news continues right now on ABC News Live. I'm Kira Phillips. The House Speaker race still up in the air as GOP infighting sinks McCarthy.
Now, I do want to point out that once again, like, they have not been sworn in. The 118th Congress was supposed to be participating in the swearing in right now. That was supposed to take place at 8 p.m. tonight as we were coming on. That's what I thought we were going to be covering tonight. But they will not be sworn in. The Congress does not get sworn in until the Speaker is elected. They are operating without rules right now. Technically, Adam Kinzinger is still a congressperson. Liz Cheney is still a U.S. congressperson. There are no rules in the House because the Speaker has to be elected and then they have to agree to the rules. That's the first business of the House. We are in uncharted territory. This has only happened a few other times. The last time was over 100 years ago. And it took two and a half months last time this occurred, that somebody didn't win on the first ballot, for them to actually elect a Speaker of the House. It took 2.5 months. So we might be into. I would love for them to nominate Vermin Supreme.
On the first 3 ballots now. The last time the vote for a new speaker went past the first ballot was 100 years ago in 1923. The losses here clearly amplifying how Republican infighting between moderates and hardliners will definitely complicate the GOP's majority in the House.
We're going to hear from Matt Gaetz. We're going to hear from Lauren Boebert. We're going to hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're going to hear from AOC.
It is a bit of an open question. ABC News' Jay O'Brien live on Capitol Hill.
You see, this was the third. This was after the third vote where McCarthy failed. Jim Jordan with 20 votes there. That McCarthy lost votes every round. Therefore, that is why they adjourned for the day, so they could go back to doing a private conference, do this behind closed doors to try to get members to come over to the side of electing McCarthy.
Is it possible now that they will roll right into another round of voting, or
that did not happen, and that was because Kevin McCarthy
adjourned? Do we know?
They can vote to adjourn.
Losing votes.
There's gotta be a majority to vote to adjourn. As of right now, all steam ahead to the 4th ballot, most likely, unless we hear some lawmaker make a motion to take a break from this, adjourn these proceedings. To step back a moment, and forgive me for looking down, I'm looking at my feet of the House floor right in front of me. I have to give credit to those 2 kids of whatever member-elect is sitting there. Members brought their kids earlier this morning. This is a day of celebration. Usually,
we didn't elect them kids.
And most of the kids left because we've gone so many ballots. It's been 5 hours now since the beginning of the new Congress at noon, and there's still a pair of kids sitting there on the House floor with their mother or father who's a new member of Congress. All of that by way of saying this has been a long.
There you see Elise Stefanik in
loses on the second.
Her power suit there.
Actually, a vote defect.
He was actually running
on that third ballot
and got no votes.
Byron Donalds of Florida, who voted for McCarthy on the first ballot and the second ballot, said earlier in the day that he would leave or at least look around for other options on that third ballot, and he did. And he voted for Jim Jordan. We're seeing what we were seeing for the second ballot as well, which is that those Republicans who are opposing Kevin McCarthy are throwing their support behind Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan, someone who said he doesn't want to be the Speaker of the House.
Yes, we're going to hear from Jim Jordan, too.
Is that these Jim Jordan votes, the 20 of them, are protest votes against Kevin McCarthy because, again, Jim Jordan made it clear on the floor of the House.
Tim makes a very good point because he got shot by a Bernie Sanders supporter during a congressional baseball game, what, in 2016? He is a martyr for them.
Want to be the Speaker.
Ooh, I've also got an update on what George Santos's first day on the Hill was like. Spoiler alert, it wasn't fun for him.
He wants Kevin McCarthy to be the speaker. Another potential speaker in waiting, Steve Scalise, he's the one who nominated Kevin McCarthy for this third ballot, saying that he wants Republicans to get behind Kevin McCarthy. Nonetheless, there are now 20 House Republicans who have said they want someone for Speaker of the House other than Kevin McCarthy. And Kevin McCarthy, because of the GOP's slim majority in the House, can only afford to lose 4 votes. So he's not gaining any votes. He hasn't picked up any new votes between the first ballot and this last third ballot.
He's lost votes.
Losing votes. He lost that 1 vote from Byron Donalds. So he really has his work cut out for him. And again, as we've been saying, with each of these ballots, particularly as the opposition to McCarthy grows ever so slightly, his path to the speakership gets that much harder. So we're now in that period where they're counting the votes.
Unfortunately for us, there are not 4 Republicans that will join and vote for Jeffries.
To be done, if there's any consensus candidate to emerge, now would be the time, unless they take a break and say, let's take a stab at this later on in the night or tomorrow. But again, there's no signs of that right now. Those are the 2 kids who really withstood this entire process, and good for them. They are watching.
Nobody gives a shit about them kids. We didn't elect them kids. Why are you talking about them kids? I don't care about them kids. Let's look at the 20 Republicans that did indeed vote against Kevin McCarthy. Voted for Jim Jordan. I got the list for you. Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona, Rep. Dan Bishop of North Carolina, Lauren Boebert from Colorado, Rep-elect Josh Breachin. Remember, he is a rep-elect until they actually pick a speaker and get sworn in. Representative Michael Cloud from Texas, Representative Eli Crane from Arizona, Representative Andrew Clyde from Georgia, Rep. Byron Donalds from Florida, Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida, Representative Bob Good from Virginia, Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona, Representative Andy Harris from Maryland, Representative-elect Anna Paulina Luna from Florida, Rep. Mary Miller from Illinois, Rep. Ralph Norman from South Carolina, Andy Ogles from Tennessee, Scott Perry from Pennsylvania, who we're also going to hear from here in just a second, and Matt Rosendale from Montana. I'm sorry. Rep. Chip Roy and Rep-elect Keith Self, both from Texas, also voting against McCarthy for being Speaker of the House.
Of votes cast is 434, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Got the most votes.
Couple gavels.
Gavel them down.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 203.
Honorable my ass. They were rowdy on the floor today, too.
The Honorable Andy Biggs of the state of Arizona.
Honorable my ass. Crenshaw is one of the biggest McCarthy supporters trying to whip votes for him.
6. The Honorable Jim Banks of the state of Indiana has received 1. The Honorable Lee Zeldin of the state of
This is one of the first votes before they all coalesced around Jim Jordan.
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida.
Yeah, so Representative Crenshaw was trying to whip votes for McCarthy. Apparently was going to people of the Freedom Caucus being like, well, what makes you more conservative than me? Fucking Dan Crenshaw. I'd give anything to piss in his open eye hole. Give me that eye pussy, sir. Oh, shit. You know it. So Jim Jordan nominated, I think, by Matt Gaetz to be Speaker of the House. He don't want it. And he gave a speech in favor of Kevin McCarthy.
Higher seek recognition.
I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
Man, Elise Stefanik there, very enthusiastically jumping to her feet. Ain't high enough for this shit. Gymnasium Jordan, who covered up sexual assault at Ohio State University. Ida, good evening.
This Congress. 3 fundamental things we have to.
What is it that you don't understand? Me getting high, or me pissing Dan Crenshaw's eye hole? Because the whole pissing in Dan Crenshaw's eye hole, that's just a power move. That's just me showing dominance and that I'm the alpha. Give me that eye pussy, sir. Congress only really getting to work today, but Marjorie Taylor Greene wasting no time proposing her signature proposal calling for Joe Biden to be impeached. 118th Congress may only be a day old, but one of its most vocal members is already trying to impeach President Joe Biden.
Come on, man.
Impeach Hunter Biden. In a post on former President Donald Trump's Truth Social platform, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Georgia Republican, posted it was time to impeach Biden. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over their handling of the situation at the U.S.-Mexico border, hinting at a possible future move by House Republicans who plan to launch investigation into the crisis later in Congress. Don't worry, MTG had her own little fight today with somebody else. The rhetoric over impeachment is nothing new for the GOP lawmaker. During the 117th Congress, Greene sponsored bills seeking the impeachment of Biden and U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for a number of alleged transgressions that include using the White House to improperly persecute Trump and for endangering, compromising, and undermining the energy security of the United States. PG found herself on the receiving end of another spat. She posted a video of herself. I can't show you the video anymore because it's been taken down for copyright. Posted a video of herself walking into the song Still DRE and swiftly heard from lawyers representing famed producer and rapper Dr. Dre. Let me teach you about the law, lawmaker. Dr. Dre just went in hard on Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, threatening her with legal action for exploiting his music to promote your divisive and hateful political agenda. Dre's lawyer, Howard King, fired off a letter to Greene saying, Mr. Young, that's Dr. Dre, has not and will never grant you permission to broadcast or disseminate any of his music. Greene posted a video of her walking to the House floor Monday using Dre's song Still DRE. Yeah, this is the video. I'll have to really tone it down here because I don't want Dre coming after me. Oh shit, my speakers are still... I was like wondering where that was coming from. I turned it down. Oh shit. Dre wasn't done though. King's lawyer went after her in a blistering way, saying, you would have a passing familiarity with the laws of our country. It's possible though that laws governing intellectual property are a little too arcane and insufficiently populist for you to really have spent much time on. You can see that the video has been taken down. Here's the thing is I think she missed an opportunity that if she had had a rapper rapping over the beat saying it's the MTG instead of the DRE, then it would be parody and it falls within fair use. So if she just, like, I think it's right there. Still MTG. It's right there for you. And then it would have been parody, and you wouldn't have had any, like, legal repercussions whatsoever, ma'am. Buddha Bean, good evening. But Marjorie, she says she doesn't want to be a punching bag. She's had a rough week after siding with Kevin McCarthy in the battle for the speakership. She took a lot of flack. We played you the videos from Mike Lindell. We played you the videos from Ollie Alexander. So she's had it coming from all ends here, and she doesn't want to be a punching bag. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mad at me. President Trump endorsed and supported Kevin McCarthy. Jim Jordan endorsed, supported, voted for, and nominated Kevin McCarthy. Over half of the Freedom Caucus supported Kevin McCarthy. And, you know, the majority of our conference did. And guess what? Our entire conference elected him on Friday. So people that are, you know, overly mad at me, I shouldn't be your punching bag. Be very clear-eyed about what this is, and I'll continue to prove exactly who I am through my actions and not my words and emails, social media posts, and interviews on television.
Yeah. So she went on with Charlie Kirk, known swinger. Marjorie Taylor Greene goes on with Charlie Kirk. Charlie's not talking to her about sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Girls18.xyz. So glad to have you here. Thank you for being a freaking follower. We know you live in sexual anarchy.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Maynard's not impressed. Speaking of hot girls in your city, 5 Laverne officers fired amid a sex investigation. Is that Vern? Vergagna? Am I saying it right? Maybe we'll find out here in the local news hit.
Tonight at 10, 5 Laverne police officers have been fired and 3 more suspended after an investigation into multiple sexual events within the evening shift. Tonight, we've obtained a 20-page report from the city after a public records request detailing officers having sex while on duty, workplace violence, and a Girls Gone Wild party on a boat. Our Brendan Tierney joins us at the city's police department to break down the details from that 20-page report. Brendan.
Marius, the firings and suspensions come after a nearly month-long investigation here at the Laverne Police Department that uncovered multiple officers having sex with each other while on duty and on city property.
Well, at least they were having sex with each other and they weren't raping fucking inmates. They weren't extorting prostitutes.
A shocking investigation finding sexual relationships, sending explicit photos, and open marriages involving Laverne police officers.
That's kind of cool. Yeah, that we know of, Voodoo.
SMV through an open records request says it all said
hot pig orgies.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Centered around Officer Megan Hall, who was given the department's Community Service Award just back in August. The report said
gives new meaning to the Community Service Award now, doesn't it? Holy shit.
As Hall had unreported sexual relationships with 6 other officers, some of which happened while at work. The report also mentions a Girls Gone Wild type party on the houseboat of Laverne FOP President Eric Statz. A city spokesperson confirmed the report in a statement, but said, quote, additional details cannot be released at this time due to the ongoing investigation. The report obtained by WSMV says Hall and all of the men admitted to the relationships. Another officer also admitted to workplace violence for choking a staff member who was sitting at her desk. And I talked with the FOP president earlier this evening. Before we got a copy of the report, he said that none of the officers involved wanted to talk with us on camera for this story. He also...
Oh, I bet they didn't want to talk with you. Well, other than the violence, I don't really have a problem with anything that was going on. It's kind of hypocritical.
Also said that he's going to wait for the entire investigation to be complete.
Probably shouldn't be doing that shit at work.
Any appeals on their behalf. Reporting live in Laverne, Brendan Tierney, WSMV4. Marius?
The swinging's pretty hot. Oh, hold on, there's a little more here.
Matters. Laverne's police department only has 60 people, so 5 officers fired, 3 suspended means more than 10% of the department's staff was removed from duty this week. If you want to read more about this and some of the actions of the officers,
on our
website and in the free news
You live in
app.
sexual anarchy?
Yeah, the community service award cracks me up. She was fucking 5 of the cops, and they awarded her the community service award. Not that, like, I am not kink shaming at all. I think, like, I'm into the swinging and everything. The cops probably shouldn't be doing it, and the workplace violence is an issue. Content warning again. Going to Massachusetts. Speaking of Massachusetts, wow, Lenny. Holy shit. That was kind of freaky timing there. So Diamond has passed away. The one thing I want to point out about it, like, I was joking earlier when I mentioned, like, I didn't know if it was Diamond or if it was Silk. It was Diamond, because Diamond was the one that did all the talking.
Always 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, baby. I want an outsider. Yeah. I don't want an insider. No. So still cut the TV on, girl. Donald is announcing he's running for president. And I did. And that's what we need running our country, baby. She said, girl, this is going to be our next president.
Still grifting, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Don't you secure your house? Yeah. Ain't the White House secure? Yeah. Well, America's house should be secure.
America's house.
You all said about the Hispanics. And look at what he did in Nevada. Here's the damn deal, Megan Kelly, or Kelly Megan, whatever your name is.
Come down to the Muslim. He said temporary.
Temporary ban. Rosie O'Donnell started that whole movement. Yeah. We can't have people coming up in here wanting to chop off our heads. That's right. We can't have that.
I'll drink to that.
Drink to itself. NBC threw us up under the bus and backed that bus back up on us. Now, we were supposed to have an interview with a guy by the name of Steve Kanoski. Well, we found out that he used to work for Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe you should go back and report news to them donuts. But this bitch right here doesn't thank you for censoring me. You want to be protected, or do you want to be?
Wait, what do they have? What problem do they have with Dunkin' Donuts? America runs on Dunkin'.
You know, when I look at Marco Rubio, he may have had a gay lifestyle in his past. And this is going to be our next president of things should not think. Yes. So they better hope he be the nominee. That's right. So that the Republicans can win an election and we can go ahead and whoop Hillary or Bernie. Don't get it twisted.
Whoop Hillary or Bernie. If only it was Bernie. Here is Don Jr. paying tribute.
Well, guys, I got some bad news from MAGA world. This week we lost Diamond of famed duo Diamond and Silk.
Famed duo.
Ladies from just so many incredible moments. I mean, on the Trump train, from moment number one, they just went out there, brought a level of excitement, energy, humor, pointing out the insanity of what was going on in the left. And, Diamond, as part of that incredibly dynamic duo, passed away this week.
No, grifting duo.
Such great ladies. and we're just sad to lose one of them. It was just sort of a perfect moment in time, watching them in the past, seeing that
lost her meal ticket indeed,
doing their things, and
she was just a hype woman
to actually truly point out. I think I try to do some of that myself, just like to point out the ridiculousness of the situations that we sometimes face and that we see. And so, Diamond, we will always miss you. We will love you. I hope to still see Silk out there, because again, I think that the talent of
Can Junior feel love?
Deliver a message. While the duo was an amazing thing,
it is possible that COVID killed her. We do not know this for sure. This is not confirmed.
Voice for a movement that so many of us just really believe in. But
there were reports that Diamond had COVID back around Thanksgiving. Apparently that report has been taken down, whatever website reported that originally.
Sad news out of the political world this morning as one half of the Diamond and Silk duo
he was hospitalized over Thanksgiving. I do know that for a fact.
Diamond, aka Anitha Lynette Hardaway, and her sister gained fame back in 2016 for their support of former President
Donald they were Trump, totally anti-vax.
Well-known vloggers and political commentators, even joining Newsmax's lineup. Now, former President Trump announced Diamond's passing on Truth Social, calling the death unexpected and saying there was no better team anywhere or at any time, calling her our magnificent Diamond, as well as
they were a regular Laurel and Hardy,
and frankly all Americans. Now, the official Diamond and Silk Twitter account confirmed the news, saying this: the world just lost a true angel and warrior patriot for freedom, love, and humanity. Now, they also
what in the fuck made her a patriot? How did she fight for freedom, love, or humanity at all? She's just an internet grifter. That is all that woman was.
Asked for donations to preserve her legacy. Her friends and colleagues all reacting to the news. Newsmax's Sebastian Gorka called her a patriot, tweeting, quote, Diamond was not afraid. And former candidate for New York Senator Joe Pinion wrote, stunned. Diamond, we love you and we will miss you. The joy and love you poured into the lives of so many cannot be properly put into words. And former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, who
Daryl Hall died? What?
Lady, and referenced their fond memories together while they appeared on his show.
How you gonna upstage Diamond like that, Mox? What? Fucking Daryl Hall died? Hey, I'm not seeing this. You're spreading fake news. Daryl Hall is still alive, right? Now I'm We're not going to finish this show until I find out if Daryl Hall is alive. Okay, Daryl Hall still alive. By the way, we need to open up the phone lines. Playing pranks on me. Spreading. How are you just gonna spread fake information like that? Fake news. 719 26 Oates. This is Colin Oates. 719-26 62 837. 719-266-2837, motherfuckers. That is the Colin Oates hotline.
Welcome to Colin Oates, your emergency Hall and Oates helpline. To hear one-on-one, please press 1. To hear Rich Girl, please press 2. To hear Man-Eater, please press 3. To hear Privatize, please press 4.
I think we did Privatize last time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, 6 question. I think we did Privatize last time. That's a good question, Mox. Was that Hall & Oates? Kiss on my list. Yeah, that's Hall & Oates. Oh my god. I'm gonna cut it off before I get copyright on that one too. You don't have to be oh yeah. Remember, kids. You don't have to like Hall & Oates is for any age. You don't have to be a certain age to enjoy Hall & Oates. His name is General Breedlove. That's a porn name. His name is General Breedlove.
Getting that much longer, precise strike to take the fight deeper to the Russians into Crimea and into their supply lines as they're approaching. If you want to have immediate battlefield impact, it's not the F-16.
They're doing it to us on purpose. Or maybe war just sounds oddly sexual. We're sending tanks to Ukraine.
General Philip Breedlove, a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander himself, a distinguished chair, by the way, at the Middle East Institute. General, it's my understanding that the reason for the tanks is the expectation that the next 6 months is essentially going to be a modernized version of World War I. A lot of trenches. The Russians have been digging trenches.
His name is General Breedlove. That's a fucking porn name. His name is General Breedlove. I don't even have any jokes. That is like his name is General Breedlove.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Charlie's face fit like right perfect over him. I hate it when we're doing a serious story. And, I want to learn more about this issue. And then you hit me with General Breedlove. Let me tell you, if you're going to be doing some Breedloving, I got some advice for you.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
General Breedlove, please tell us more about something, tanks, NATO, some
The
shit.
need for this.
Fucking fucking nut fuck. God fuck. All right, General I might have to pack a new one. It might be cached. I'll get on that while we listen to General Breedlove. Does Chuck Todd say his name? I didn't catch that.
Let's bring in retired General Philip Breedlove, a former NATO Allied Commander himself, a distinguished chair, by the way, at the Middle East.
He said it really fast, like he didn't want to bring attention to it.
Let's bring in retired General Philip Breedlove, a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander himself, a distinguished chair, by the way, at the Middle East Institute. So, General, it's my understanding that the reason
Breedlove's in a chair.
The expectation that the next 6 months is essentially going to be a modernized version of World War I. A lot of trenches. The Russians have been digging trenches, and that's the need for this. What is that?
The distinguished Breedlove.
Explain the importance of why the Ukrainians wanted all these tanks.
Well, first of all, Todd or Chuck, thanks for having me. It's more than the tanks. Remember that before the tanks, we have.
Thank you for coming, Breedlove.
What we're putting together is an armored team that can survive on the battlefield. And one of the words that land force commanders like to say is changing the shape and nature of the battlefield. Like you said, the trench
coming up on my 1 year Lady B anniversary.
Static. And this armored element opens up the shape and the availability of the battlefield. Remember that Russia sent an awful lot of tanks in the north.
An open spread eagle for Breedlove.
A bunch of them got killed, and they didn't change the shape of the battlefield because they weren't employed well. Tankers will tell you you don't take a tank without dismounted infantry to protect it, and the Bradleys supply mobile
weed indeed,
so that we can put a powerful armored team on the battlefield that can reshape that linear battlefield via maneuver.
Look, everything gets war gamed. What do you expect the Russians, how they try to counter this?
Well, I don't expect them to really try to counter it. What we've not seen from the Russians is very innovative battlefield.
That looks like it's the all-in-one. This is the printer fax.
The Russian forces, because they're not succeeding. They're falling
Can't
back
curse if I'm ripping a bong. That's exactly right, Progressive.
Grozny type of warfare, ground and pound with the artillery, and then throw infantry at the problem.
Breedlove giving them the ground and pound.
They'll make a lot of changes, and they are suffering manpower problems, as you know.
You know, the one wild card out here is in the air.
Wild card
out there because right now the Ukrainian air defenses are working. But if there's one place where the Russians have an advantage, it would be in the air. And how would you expect the Russians to try to attempt to? I mean, you heard Courtney say, you know, if they need to sort of create the illusion of momentum, they might try in the air. What does that look like? And would you be recommending?
Join the Mile High Club with Breedlove.
So let me just jump a little bit in front of your question, because I heard you ask Courtney that.
Yeah.
And you went straight to F-16s. I think a more immediate impact on the battlefield and a capability that the Ukrainians are ready right now to accept is the ATACMS. The increased capability for the MLRS artillery system, getting that much longer, precise strike to take the fight deeper to the Russians into Crimea and into their supply lines as they're approaching. If you want to have immediate battlefield impact, it's not the F-16.
They're doing it to us on purpose. Or maybe war just sounds oddly sexual. Immediate impact from Breedlove. We have learned nothing about Ukraine or NATO.
I love it. It's a great idea. It's something we need to do over time. But if we want to impact the spring offensive, it's the ATACMS that will impact the spring offensive. And that's
ATACMS, is that your safe word?
For Ukraine.
All right, speaking of time, this coalition in NATO is hanging together. But we see there's moments where you're like, uh-oh, could it crack, right? What do you think the clock is here for Ukraine? What would you be telling the Ukrainian leadership? Look,
Emmerich, good evening.
You got another 9 months, and you need to get to this negotiation.
Trade the impregnable
what would you be saying? Is that the window?
Well, no, I wouldn't use those numbers. First, we have to recognize that this is what Mr. Putin is all about. His army is failing in the field in the larger sense. His war of words and his war of fear and his war of deterring NATO from
his soldiers are shooting blanks is what you're saying.
Possibly should. That war is making great purchase. And Mr. Putin is trying to sell the idea that this is going to be a long war and it's going to grind on and on. And what he's trying to
be long and grind on and on.
Rather than starting to put timelines on it from our side, what we need to do is continue to show the resolve that shows that we are going to be there. And so Mr. Putin's war of words is less effective at trying to drive wedges into the alliance.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind he never thought NATO would not just be hanging together for a year, but a year later,
NATO hanging over here.
And he never thought that Ukraine would take it to him on the battlefield like they are now either.
No.
Everything sounded sexual.
It's good to get your perspective on this program. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
That may be the greatest segment in the history of the Troll Patrol. And I think I did it without profanity. Well, are we special?
Meeting French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
What was up with they had like their dicks together? Is that how you greet a Frenchman? I'm just pointing out the facts.
President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Zelensky.
Why was he so far away from Olaf? Him and Macron standing dick to dick. Him and Olaf, you could fit 3 other people between them. Does Olaf feel left out? He didn't get his balls fondled. We're also exporting bombs, munitions, tanks over to Ukraine.
In Europe, addressing the British Parliament and the European Union and renewing his plea for fighter jets to help in the fight against Russia. Tom Sufi Burridge has the latest.
The Ukrainian president
that smooth transition.
Part of Europe, attending a summit of EU leaders, part of a high-stakes trip as the war in Ukraine enters a critical phase. Zelensky addressing the European Parliament, shouting glory to Ukraine. Only a victory for Ukraine, he says, can protect European values. Overnight, Zelensky in Paris, meeting French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
What was up with they had like their dicks together? Is that how you greet a Frenchman? Like they're standing dick to dick. Ooh, is that how you greet a Frenchman? They're docking. In the gay community, this is called docking. When you have one man that has a foreskin. Diplomatic docking. I'll not explain the rest of it. I think you can extrapolate from what I said.
You live in sexual anarchy?
They both look to be enjoying themselves. It definitely feels pleasurable. Which one is the one that has the foreskin? Who's cut and who's uncut? Macron is uncut and Zelensky is circumcised. Charlie Kirk. Yeah, everybody always gets a kick out of Charlie Kirk the first time they see it. We over here on my stream, we like to kick authority in the balls.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Zelensky and Macron are fondling the balls. Like seriously, like, Good Morning America even had to censor it out. They had to put their Chiron over it. Oh yeah, like I was talking about like the first time people see my graphic, the sexual anarchy graphic. Oh, speaking of Canadians, I can hit you with a Canadian. I've got famed Canadian Jordan Peterson.
Yours woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, god damn. Nothing. I'm not kink shaming. I am not kink shaming. Rubbing dicks together is fun. It feels good. I am not kink shaming them. I'm just relaying the message. I'm just pointing out the facts.
Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Zelensky.
Why was he so far away from Olaf? Him and Macron standing dick to dick. Him and Olaf. You could fit 3 other people between them. What the fuck was up with that? Does Olaf feel left out? He didn't get his balls fondled.
And Germany could be game changers if they help supply Ukraine with longer range missiles and Western-made fighter jets. And earlier, Zelensky in London, meeting King Charles.
Olaf just likes to watch.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty.
And receiving a rock star welcome from the British Parliament. Zelensky gifting a Ukrainian fighter pilot's helmet to the Speaker of the Parliament, making the case for why
love that dude
needs military jets.
I appeal to you and the world with simple and yet most important.
If you guys have never joined us for Prime Minister's questions, it's been a bit since I've done one. But like the speaker dude right there, he's fucking awesome. He's got jokes. He tells people to shut the fuck up. He's fantastic.
Ukraine needs military jets.
I appeal to you and the world with simple and yet most important words. Combat aircrafts for Ukraine. Wings for freedom.
Germany saying some of its advanced tanks will be in Ukraine by the end of next month. Not soon enough for a major Russian offensive, expected, say Ukrainian officials, in the coming days.
And a Ukrainian official telling ABC News that major Russian offensive is expected in the next 10 days. Officials telling us the situation is deteriorating in the east for Ukrainian forces. Rebecca?
Still so many questions remain almost a year now since Russia's original invasion into Ukraine. Tom Sufi Burridge, thank you so much.
Shut up, Stephanopoulos. We don't care. This is Sam Smith. I don't know what the song is. It is catchy. Yeah, I don't like, do I just Sam Smith Golden Shower song. Almost as good of a piece of live. But you know what? Since they said Sam Smith was coming to town in that video we just watched, let's talk about it. It's one of those, like, you guys have no clue how much content I actually save that I know I've got in the bank over here that doesn't make it onto the show. One of the ones that I had saved was apparently there's outrage over the Sam Smith video that dropped just in the last couple of days, I guess. Now, I did the story about the coat. I was amazed by the coat because he was the musical guest on SNL, not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before. And he had on this gigantic ass fucking coat. And he had a whole other person in it. I've been fascinated by that. But apparently his other song is it's got some people all up in arms. I think I'm into it. Yeah, I think this is the most offensive part. I think that's what's really got people up in arms, and it reminds me that I would give anything to piss in Dave Crenshaw's open eye hole. I think that's the point. He knows he doesn't have the body for that outfit, and I think he doesn't care. Am I angry that men kiss? No. I've kissed men before. Yeah, simp. Yep. It's not a golden shower. Yeah, I think his big ass coat would look better on him. Yeah, I was looking at the crotch piece too. It definitely draws your attention in. It is an implied golden shower. That's exactly what we got going on. I'm gonna be honest, like, I've been jamming the Coat song. I've listened to that song like a gazillion times. Unholy or whatever the fuck it's called. Oh no, I'm totally about him wearing it. But I think the mismatch is part of the... I think that's like him embracing his body and the visual of him in that outfit. Like, I think it's very purposeful. It's supposed to be... And apparently he has issues with his body, and that him being accepting is a new thing, if I read it correctly. But I also don't keep up with celebrity shit. But I think I saw something about that. Oh, I like Sam Smith. I've been listening to his fucking songs. I wore out the James Bond song. How do I live? How do I breathe? This is Sam Smith. I don't know what the song is. It is catchy. Yeah, I don't like, do I just Sam Smith Golden Shower song? Google that. Joyous. Oh no, I'm not here to make friends. Yeah, that makes more sense. I guess Joyous was just a... He had the big coat on in it too. Is this the same song? Oh, so the golden shower part of it is a very short segment of this. It is. I'm not here to make friends. Bye, Panic. Yeah, I didn't think it sounded like the same song there at first, Cicero. But it was. It was. The caller reported finding her son's severed head in a bucket. Police interviewed Shabusiness and asked her what happened, and she replied, "That is a good question. Taylor Shabusiness. Did I say that right?" The call was heard over the scanner. They need a code 3 in branch 2 wrestling with Shabusiness. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Take you to a courtroom where a woman who is being tried for apparently dismembering a body attacks her own lawyer.
Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call.
We got a live one over here. Yes, public defenders do not get paid enough for that shit. Thank you, Simp. That is a very good point to make. Public defenders are overworked and underpaid. She tried to like
Stop it.
do some UFC moves to him, like maneuver him over.
Rachel, call.
She's in shackles while she's doing it. A Green Bay woman charged in a murder and dismemberment case attacked her attorney in Brown County Court on Tuesday. Taylor Shabusiness. Taylor Shabusiness. Did I say that right? No, that's the thing. That's the thing, Chainsaw. That's why I do a show with a fucking troll head. Because tell me that this shit, like, you couldn't write this shit. Taylor Shabusiness lunged at attorney Quinn Jolly, who wasn't so jolly afterwards, and was pinned to the ground by a deputy. Shabusiness struggled with a deputy who attempted to subdue her. Is there any other pronunciation that I could Shabusiness. That. I can't even. Why am I always hung up on people's names? Mine's Shabusiness. I don't think there's any other way to pronounce it. I don't. The call was heard over the scanner. They need a code 3 in branch 2. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Jolly asked the judge to withdraw from the case. He will have to file with the court. After the attack, Shabusiness was heard asking deputies what happened. You went off on your attorney, Taylor. You went crazy on your attorney. Shabusiness, 25, was in court for a competency hearing. She's charged with, this could be her trying to get a fucking insanity plea or something. She's charged with the February 2022 killing and dismemberment of Shad Thyrion. Wrestling with Shabusiness. Jolly started off the hearing by asking the court for 2 more weeks so the defense expert could testify on Shabusiness's competency. The judge agreed to push back the trial to May. That appeared to have set Shabusiness off. I guess she was like, I want. If you're sitting in jail for a long period of time, you like look forward to your court hearings because jail sucks. Just sitting in a cell for hours on end, you don't like. You might be able to read some, but you're not going to have a good selection of books. It really sucks. There's not anything to do. If you're lucky, you might have a TV that's in a community room that's got 3 channels, possibly. You might have an incomplete chess set. I sound like I'm talking from experience, don't I? You might have some Uno cards, possibly. Most jails aren't smoking anymore. Most people that are in jail, high percentage of them like to smoke, and smoking is another way to pass the time. It's a buzz you can get while you're in jail. So I could understand Shabusiness wanting to get to trial sooner, be declared insane if she could, possibly. I don't know what's going through her head. The competency hearing has been adjourned to March 6th. That's when Shabusiness was originally scheduled to stand trial. Shabusiness has pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect to charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. Was the sexual assault on the corpse or on... See, like, Amazon wasn't even a thing last time I was in, where like it was just starting last time I was in jail, so the time I really had to, like, yeah, keep reading indeed. This whole thing. During a hearing earlier this month, attorney Quinn Jolly, I don't even know where I'm at anymore. During a hearing earlier this month, attorney Quinn Jolly requested the trial be pushed back so we could prepare for the voluminous amount of evidence to be presented by the state. The judge refused the request. The prosecution is expected to call up to 37 witnesses. Last February, Green Bay police were called to a home on Stony Brook Lane. The caller reported finding her son's severed head in a bucket. Police learned that Taylor Shabusiness may have been the last person to be seen with the victim, Shad Thyrion. They found Shabusiness at a home on Eastman Avenue. She had dry blood on her clothing. Police searched Shabusiness's van and the rear passenger seat and found a crock pot box with additional human body parts, including legs. Police obtained a search warrant for the home on Stony Brook, which belonged to the victim's mother. In addition to the human head, they found a male organ in the bucket. They found body fluid and knives. In a storage tote, they found an upper torso. Police interviewed Shabusiness and asked her what happened, and she replied, "That is a good question." Shabusiness said she and the victim were together all day on Tuesday and had been smoking meth. After they arrived at the Stony Brook home, they were having sex and incorporated chains. Business said she blacked out during part of it, but just went crazy and started strangling the victim. The business told investigators she did not mean to kill the victim, but she enjoyed choking him and continued to do it. Prosecutors said the sexual assault charge is for acts that happened after the victim died. I don't know if you guys, it's called, like, it has a name in the community. It's called Party and Play. Get together, you do some hard drugs, fucking sex is really fucking good. I sound like I'm speaking from experience. Do I need to read this whole fucking thing again? Police obtained a search warrant for the home which belonged to the victim's mother. In addition to the human head, they found a male organ in the bucket. They found body fluid. We don't even know what this is. Is this blood? Is this cum? Read again, Bandana Daddy. Oh God, I love you guys. In a storage tote, they found an upper torso. Police interviewed Shabusiness and asked her what happened. She replied, "That is a good question." Shabusiness said she and the victim were together all day Tuesday and had been smoking meth. After they arrived at the Stony Brook home, they were having sex and incorporated chains. Shabusiness said she blacked out during part of it, but just went crazy and started strangling the victim. Shabusiness told investigators she did not mean to kill the victim, but she enjoyed choking him and continued to do it. Prosecutors said the sexual assault charge is for acts that happened after the victim died. That got crazier with each sentence. And for those of you who might have just came in on that, it started with this video of her attacking her own attorney.
Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call. Stop it. Stop it. Rachel, call.
I'd forgotten all about like how mundane that started out, because we got really whacked out there. I wasn't high enough for that shit. Did she? I have so many questions. Could you? What?
Hi, I'm JustinFREAKIN. I'm a leftist broadcaster and comedian, not liberal, leftist. And despite what you may have heard from right-wing propaganda, George Soros isn't handing out Soros bucks and funding people like me. There are no Koch brothers, Mercers, or any number of right-wing think tanks funding content on the left side of the spectrum the way they fund people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, and Dennis Prager. And YouTube doesn't monetize videos that are controversial or deal with politics unless you're someone like Steven Crowder. So this is an ultimatum. Become a patron. Support my Patreon, or I'm going to become a right-winger and get some of that easy money. You know for a fact that I could be bigger than Charlie Kirk or Jesse Lee Peterson.
Amazing!
All I have to do is talk about how I used to be an SJW snowflake, but the left went too far with their cultural Marxism, and Republicans are stupid enough to buy it even though this video exists. And you know I'm right. So give me your money or I'm selling you out. Okay. I have an ice cold Thur's Light. Chair is over there. We're not gonna get hair. Oh, indeed trash. I don't drink. For those of you unaware, not a drinker. My buddy was here for WrestleMania. He's a beer drinker, so I drank some beers with him. Take some titties out. Oh shit, yeah. That's how you get followers on Twitch. You show some motherfucking titties. I am a hairy son of a bitch. So here's the... Is everybody back? Give it unfollow. What's up, devil? I am indeed a hairy fucker. Media winch. When we build the compound, when we build the streamer compound, it must contain a hot tub. Say your prayer. Is everybody back in here? Hair, scissors. Curiouser apparently just got here. Just in time. Damn. I didn't realize this was such a hard thing to do. Some of it. Been braided many times. Oh. Oh, these probably are really fucking dull. I didn't even think of it. No, Maynard, do not get in my hair. My pile of hair. Now we're making progress. This is gonna take me all fucking night, isn't it? Yeah, I got clippers, but I figured it'd be easiest to start with just getting the fucking ponytail off. They're not real clippers, they're my beard clippers. This is gonna take me a while. Curiouser, if you'd like to come, you can still make it over here. Got cats over here playing in the hair.
Hey, so what's going on, my friend? I'm trying to take advantage of the fact I do have hardwood floors. Whoa, that's something. Got one long strand right here. I've got really thick hair in some spots, just not everywhere. Oh, I've still got one strand over here. I look like it would escape some kind of like mental asylum or something. Ooh. This part's a lot easier. You thought I was blonde? How in the fuck could you think I was blonde when you've literally seen video of me? It's a weird thing to say. Hater. They hate everybody on stream. I might have poked him with the scissors. That might not have been good. Sorry, buddy. Tune in for the news. Find me cutting my fucking hair off. I love those kittens. I love those kittens. I don't know why I said it so funny. This is kind of a cool haircut. Might do something with this. Hey everybody, I look like Tim Pool. I just shaved my head. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. I'm not going completely bald here on stream. This feels really weird. I'll go in there and shave it. Next time you see me, it will be completely taken care of. I don't know if I like the Hulk Hogan. Take it all off. Well, see, this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna have to work on that. Well, maybe not too bad. I noticed that. I kind of wanted clipper sounds for people who may be listening to the podcast. I've made a complete fucking mess. But they've done a better job than one might have thought. I'm gonna have to shave the back of my head. That's gonna be fun. Happy Indictment Day, everybody. Cheers. The head shaving continues here on the Troll Patrol Live. I'm a man of my word. Cat Turd said he would eat diarrhea with a spoon. I didn't know what was his condition. If Trump got indicted, is Cat Turd eating diarrhea? Because I'll pay to watch that. I do it for the content. If it's good for the stream, I'll do it. I've still got a clump of hair over here. Another classic moment in Troll Patrol history. To be on replays of the show, clip shows that we do in the future. Damn, these actually did a really good job. God damn. God damn. A huge pile of hair on the floor. Almost got it all. Almost got it all. I look kind of wild right now. I got some wild strands going on. That's the beauty of the hardwood floors. Guess I'll be doing laundry tonight as well and taking care of these clothes. Well, what do you guys think? Too awfully bad. I gotta shape the beard up. That if I ever went outside, that would be great advice. You are absolutely correct about that. I mean, the Fu Manchu. There is a lot of hair left. But I'm gonna take care of that off camera. You know, that's gonna be like we'll straighten this up. I did because I got sideburn over here, don't I? Yeah, I still got sideburn going. There's one lonely sideburn. I'm not gonna have a real beard. I'm gonna have a Fu Manchu. Fu Manchu. You all got what you wanted. I'm 39 if I remember correctly. I will be 39 in like a month, 2 months, some shit like that. It is very patchy, especially over here. No yeeting the beard. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know what you mean by the beard. I look like I'm in my early 30s. I'm 39. I am either already 39 or will be 39 in a couple months. I'm not sure which one. No, I'll make myself look presentable. Right now, I should go out and do like an escape from the. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm 39 or not. I might be 38. I might be 39. I think I'm 39. I think I'm 39 because I was born in 84, so 2024. No, I'll be 39 and yeah, I'll be 39, and next year I'll be 40. Shaved 10 years off with that hair. We'll see. We'll see what we do going forward. My scalp is in really bad shape. We gotta take care of it. We gotta get it in better shape. Hopefully we'll be able to like grow more hair. But like looking at it right now, like I'm pretty fucking bald. Ain't much up there. I don't know what will grow back. Rather like Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters and G.I. Joe and shit. Oh, thank you, Mr. Elwood. Shine it up real nice and pretty. Alright, so Gail, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you. I think I was shaving my head at that time. Welcome, thank you for being a freaking follower. Maybe you're the one that came in for the striptease. And if that's the case, boy, do I feel flattered.
The sun is shining, melting the clouds away.
We are going to build an army of investigators and exposers. They have awakened.
He's dancing in this. So one of the reasons he was ousted was using way too much money to choreograph big dance numbers. Tim just released a new video about 3 weeks ago. It's called Bright Eyes, which sounds emo as fuck. So, of course, I'm going to make you listen to it. Oh, this sucks.
In spite of everything.
Oh, I'm horrible for making you guys sit through this.
Take down the pictures. In spite of everything you knew.
I feel dirty wearing a bandana because that one guy has one on.
This is not the way out for you to go. I love the rejects.
I want to make it clear that I am not applying any effects to it to make it sound bad. It just sounds bad. Wait, does he have a black guy playing bass? And what is that? His buddy? It's like a flat earther. Yeah, that's exactly what I imagine somebody that listens to this looks like. That dude right there. This is not the cringiest right-wing performance you're gonna see. I've got something worse. Nope, can't be. I've got worse. Oh, anything's better than this. There are like 5 people though in the world that heard this and was like, oh yeah, this is my jam. Seriously. It's sickening the money that right-wing grifters have to play with. That is not the cringiest right-wing musical performance I'm going to show you tonight. I assure you. This could possibly be the cringiest right-wing performance I'm going to show you tonight.
The problems which now confront us. We are Americans.
This is Amerifest from 2021. You're getting ready to see James O'Keefe.
Complaining about how biased they are and go out and do their jobs.
Project Veritas has never lost a lawsuit.
That is not true at all. They have lost over and over and over again.
It's about the people of this country stepping up, rising up, and revealing what it is they are doing. It's up to you. Project Veritas will never back.
We're going to start going on offense.
Journalists everywhere have to rise up. They can do it to me, they'll do it to anybody.
This is way too much money and gear.
What a story this is turning out to be tonight.
And you get a whole choreographed performance and everything.
Because of a video recently produced by Project Veritas. The video apparently shows a teacher
pushing politics on his students.
I have 180 days to turn them into revolutionaries. How do you do that? How do you scare the out of them?
Dozens of frustrated parents and community members showed up at a school board meeting demanding action from board members.
That's the thing is, like, I think TPUSA is a non-profit.
Exactly what I was
way too much money. Look at this production value.
I'm not shocked. The brave Project Veritas reporter who came to alert
WWE doesn't even fucking have production value like this.
To know what you're gonna do to protect our rights and our children in the future.
He is putting her in harm's way. What the hell are y'all doing? He was allowed to change my daughter's mind about some fascist crap that y'all have let in this school.
Are you cheering the fascist crap?
The teacher making an official decision to fire him.
You cannot talk about this.
Oh, this is way drawn out.
That the darn vaccine is full of shit.
Where do you get them vaccinated?
I don't think they need it. Honestly, I don't think it could be.
Your antibodies are probably better at that point than the vaccination.
Keep track of everyone that's been vaccinated.
I mean, see your registry of the people who aren't vaccinated. Think about it like the Jewish stomach.
A colleague at your hospital who got sick.
She didn't want to take it because of her religious beliefs, and she was coerced into taking it.
Jody O'Malley is the HHS whistleblower. This should be the #1 news story on the planet.
Explosive new video from Project Veritas.
Look at Dan Bongino.
Recently
released an interview with a whistleblower from Pfizer.
They're withholding knowledge on people's approval if they can consent or not.
Vanessa Gelman, Senior Director of Worldwide Research.
From the perspective of corporate affairs, we want to avoid having the information on the fetal cell lines floating out there.
Fetal cell lines.
The apparent theft of the president's daughter, Ashley Biden's diary. The New York Times reporting the FBI Saturday searched the home of James.
Come on, man! Imagine a pre-dawn raid, waking from a dead sleep in sheer terror to men with guns.
And there were 10 FBI agents with a battering ram.
Who uses a battering ram on the home of a journalist?
They turned me around, handcuffed me.
Even if a journalist acquires a piece of information and the person who gave it to them, the third-party person, got it illegally, the journalist has a right to publish it.
Would this be an FBI investigation if it weren't the daughter of the president?
I don't know. I don't know whether this would be an investigation or not if it didn't.
Would it be a story if it wasn't the daughter of the president?
And it's an attack on press freedom.
They are a news organization, and they should be treated as such.
And how about the ACLU?
He was the president-elect at the time.
On James O'Keefe's a threat to press freedom. Professor Dershowitz?
I'm glad they did it. I hope they continue to do it. It was the wrong thing to do, to raid. The information from the raid leaks to the New York Times is being sued by Project Veritas.
We were getting a lot of briefings from CIA, from FBI about the spread of misinformation.
I get tired of lying.
I did show choir in high school. I find this cringe as fuck.
Now I've got it all. I've had enough, I'm giving in. The sun is shining, melting the clouds away. Got me some blue sky action. I'm breathing today. I know I'm burning. This is my final day. I'm gonna go out smiling.
Wait, he danced with the FBI agents. So one of the reasons he was ousted was using way too much money to choreograph big dance numbers. I feel sorry for anyone who was there.
I love this story. Watergate. Federal marshals have arrested a group of conservative activists in New Orleans.
Chris Matthews
wiretapped the offices of Senator Mary Landrieu.
Charges that carry up to a $250,000 fine and 10 years in prison.
James O'Keefe was the mastermind. The U.S. attorney says O'Keefe was recording with his cell phone.
Yeah, motherfucker. They should have thrown the book at you then.
But O'Keefe said he did not think.
Oh, D's nuts. We ain't done.
His investigative journalism ideas from porn movie plots.
Freeze! Hands up!
One guy grabbed my arms, yanked them behind my back, and handcuffed me.
Wipe that f***ing smirk off your face. You're in trouble, you know that, right?
We're just filmmakers, comedians. We're making a YouTube video. I tried to explain that I'd gone to the federal...
We were 35 minutes away from the next 420.
Not to break it. My motives were patriotic, I told him. His indifference was frustrating, unnerving.
It's gonna seem like it's a long time from now.
I'd never experienced it before. Now I did.
Because we're gonna be sitting through this.
Break, a prisoner. I was close.
The fake O'Keefe is now putting on a jail suit.
With my legs chained together, I could only shuffle. With each shuffle, the chain pulled painfully against my legs.
Take them over to the parish prison. See if they got any food. If they don't worry about it.
What kind of voice was that supposed to be?
I was not a citizen journalist any longer. I was a prisoner, a nobody, like all the other nobodies sealed off from...
Does he think he's Cool Hand Luke?
In New Orleans.
What y'all in for?
We're journalists.
Journalists? What on earth they got you on?
I have no idea. I haven't been charged with anything yet.
You haven't been charged? I ain't never seen nothing like this before.
Oh, he's young O'Keefe.
Why were you in Senator Landrieu's office?
Shall set me free.
O'Keefe there saying, quote, "The truth shall set me free."
Oh, so he is deep in Louisiana. On the chain gang, serving his time.
Who's paying for the legal services?
I have no idea at this point.
You don't know who's paying you?
I have no idea. I haven't been paid a penny. As a matter of fact, I gave one of them $60 so he could take a cab. So I'm out of pocket $60 on this if you know somebody who wants to pay me.
We don't try cases in the press, U.S. Attorney Jan Mann said.
There's money coming from somewhere, I guarantee you.
Didn't you break the law?
Who funds you?
Sir, are you paid?
Don't go there.
But while she was spinning, her colleague Sal Perricone was anonymously blogging at a Times-Picayune newspaper website. Sure, O'Keefe should be punished. Throw the book at them.
Throw the book at O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe says he has proof of corruption in the U.S. Attorney General's office. He says the prosecutors who worked his case made improper comments online about him during his trial.
Effective next Tuesday, my resignation as United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Louisiana will take place.
Sal Perricone, one of Jim Letton's top lieutenants, admitted to posting online rants under an alias about open investigations and criminal suspects.
O'Keefe says he's filing complaints against them to try and get them disbarred.
Both Jan Mann and Sal Perricone have resigned from practicing law in the Eastern District Federal Court.
The judge referring to him and his co-defendants today as, quote, journalists.
You resigned in disgrace. You resigned in disgrace, sir.
You're a nasty little cowardly spud. All of you. Your hobbits. You are scum.
They are.
Another point your critics make is they say that you're animated by resentment over
nasty little cowardly spud.
Issue retractions. And the type of journalism that we do is to counter the false narratives and the slurs that happen like that. Use journalism as a platform to slur James O'Keefe.
I don't know. Is this more cringe?
On the
or was Tim Pool more cringe?
I found myself in a pew at St. Gabriel the Archangel Church in Saddle River, New Jersey. 26 years old, living at home, stuck in Jersey, mired in debt, abandoned by my allies, estranged from my friends, unable to sleep, unwilling to eat, my career in tatters, crushed by the weight of it all.
We are a half hour from the next 420.
Felon, terrorist, white supremacist, racist, pervert. Was this really worth it? I knew that I too had to surrender to God. If I did so, I could withstand the...
He's giving his life to God.
...against the citizen journalist. I asked myself whether I could justify taking the risks anymore.
That's like the real O'Keefe right behind him, right?
Defamation of the machine. But I knew then that as long as I had my family and my faith, I was going to be okay. I immediately felt renewed. British writer Frey India sagely describes suffering.
The dude praying is young O'Keefe.
Self-reflection, transformation, and transcendence. It
giving God a little head,
dragging us down before reviving us as wiser, more lucid versions of ourselves.
Like, how is TPUSA still a thing after this? Like, somebody thought this was a good idea. Like, it has been going on way too long. We're telling the whole martyrdom story of James O'Keefe. How the media crucified him.
He's back.
You can win a lunch with Charlie Kirk.
A recent
trip by investigative reporter James O'Keefe. This video has caught a lot of attention online.
You live in sexual anarchy.
An Osama bin Laden mask.
Waiting across the Rio Grande to show how easy it is to evade border security.
Sheriff West and his deputies and their F-150s escorted me to a godforsaken spot 60 miles southeast of El Paso. Never less than poker-faced, the good sheriff said no more than he had to. As tough as he was, West had a healthy fear of the border country. The positioning of his deputy
wait.
said as much. Lean and eagle-eyed.
So a bunch of cops took you to the border.
A cigarette dangling from his...
Helped you cross.
West did not carry a rifle. He relied on a .45 revolver strapped to a brown waist belt sheltered by his ample belly.
That's supposed to mean
You know
what?
why I carry a .45 caliber handgun, he asked. Because they don't make anything bigger.
It's interesting because an American reporter named James O'Keefe, dressed as Osama bin Laden, walked across the border of the Rio Grande River undetected. Is something like that concern?
It is the worst.
Not undetected.
Possibly. I might have one more that's worse than this.
Security agencies who saw him.
Then why didn't they stop him when he came across?
Sir, I can't answer that question.
No, you can't answer it because they weren't there to stop him.
On December 3rd, 2014, I flew into JFK Airport, New York, from overseas. Upon disembarking, I casually followed the crowd.
It's all choreographed and shit. We're still young James O'Keefe.
To my surprise, there was an X straight through all my information. Am I being detained, I asked.
James, I need to see your passport.
Terror Wars Wario.
Sir, can I ask what this is about? Sensing some crazy and possibly illegal behavior.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
In my pocket and attempted to turn on the video option of my iPhone. He saw me do it.
If you touch that phone,
yes,
I will have you arrested.
I have one more that may be worse than this. And then I have shit that makes it better. I have one more that digs in the wound. And then I've got stuff that makes it better. Do you want a Kevin? There's a Kevin at my feet.
Once again, I had a large X stamped on my passport document. This agent asked if I had ever...
We're just in 2014.
You're like a shock reporter?
There's another like half decade to go.
Seattle was deja vu all over again. This is the 6th straight time I've been asked to be inspected, I told
you. Well, more dancing.
The questions grew progressively more intrusive. I asked whether these reoccurring detentions were a form of retaliation.
No, we're not retaliating against you.
Step outside the great chain of being to join not just another religion, but another world.
Oh, he's soiled.
Sometimes this other world is called the margins of society.
Weekend. How can you do that? I can't imagine that Weekend would approve of this in any way.
By far, the question the muckraker hears most is also the most critical question. What can I do? To that question, there is now a more challenging answer. You can wear a hidden camera and blow the whistle on a deserving employer through Project Veritas.
This isn't something I wanted to do. This is something I felt I had to do.
He was compelled. Submission from God.
Necessarily say I'm afraid because my faith lies in God and not man.
Jody, come on out! Jody!
I told you it was God.
Jody, HHS whistleblower! Come on, Jody! David Johnson, Hasbro whistleblower! Come on out, David!
Hasbro.
Come on, David!
Whistleblower.
The unsung hero, the teacher, the nurse, the mother, the honest cop, the hard worker at lonely, underpaid, unglamorous, unpublicized jobs. So one becomes...
Do you think he edited this himself?
4 becomes 8. The same experiences that tortured you, engendered trust, with those who come to you.
Because there's nobody telling this motherfucker no.
That bring light to corruption. Because I noticed that I was in a very unique position in space and time to just do something to protect the Republic.
Kerry Ford, CNN, whistleblower, come on out. Come on, Kerry.
Like, I can't believe Weekend didn't show up and just slap the shit out of him.
April Moore, CBS News, blew the whistle on CBS News. Come on, April.
Oh my god, the so-called whistleblowers
and suddenly
come out and start dancing with them.
Whistleblowers manifest. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice.
Yes, the guy with the press vest. That is James O'Keefe. That's a common theme with him. Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe has been forced out at the right-wing group. Founder James O'Keefe said in a speech posted online, this is about 2 months ago, he has been removed as the right-wing group Project Veritas' leader. In remarks that appeared to have been made at a Project Veritas office, O'Keefe said the board had stripped him of all decision-making. The move comes after the board reportedly put him on leave from his role as chairman. According to the group, O'Keefe is accused of spending an excessive amount of donor funds in the last 3 years on personal luxuries, $14,000 on a charter flight to meet someone to fix his boat under the guise of meeting with a donor, $60,000 in losses from dance events, more than $150,000 in black cars in the last 18 months. The statement added that O'Keefe had been suspended in recent weeks and said that he was invited to meet with the board to discuss financial issues and staff retention and morale, but he ignored those entries and today decided to remove his belongings from Project Veritas headquarters. Project Veritas identifies itself as a news organization, is best known for its hidden camera stings. Neither Project Veritas nor staffers have been charged with a crime, and that's in relation to stealing Biden's daughter's diary. O'Keefe apparently has a new project called O'Keefe Media Group.
The irony of the Acorn story is that it took a 25-year-old with a hidden camera a few days to do what billion-dollar networks and journalists could not do in a decade.
Where did he get the fucking money from to go and start this shit? How does he just keep having money thrown at him?
Spent 14 years creating the most effective nonprofit newsroom this country has ever seen. And in paving the way to establish citizen journalism,
Apparently he threw a sandwich, or he stole somebody's sandwich or something. That was one of the accusations against him that got him forced out.
Been defamed,
a Subway sandwich,
raided, and ultimately removed from the organization I spent so much time developing credibility of. I always knew they would try to ruin the reputations of those who expose them, the pharma giants, the three-letter government agencies, and those who I thought I could trust. But in response, we are going to build an army of investigators and exposers. They have awakened.
He's dancing in this.
I'm back. Remaining by my side are a small, tight-knit group of the most elite journalists in the world. Exposing corruption requires standing up to power.
This guy is a fucking joke.
We are sunlight. Welcome to the O'Keefe Media Group, where we will never be shut down. Because not only do I own it, but you own it too. Support us and sponsor our army of journalists by becoming a founding member today.
It's a scam. Less than 20 minutes. Anybody that takes this fuck seriously
those things out loud, but it's obvious.
is a dumb motherfucker.
I think that's propaganda.
Twitter permanently suspended his account after he exposed hypocrisy and fraud.
This could be the cringiest thing you will see all night.
Promoting misinformation.
Times reported that the footage from Project Veritas was part of the...
According to Stanford researchers, a coordinated disinformation
They sued the New York Times for defamation. Project Veritas just won a major victory in that case.
Come to you and offer you $100 million. You're not going to settle?
So tell them to go to hell.
I just can't believe that my face is on TV. Oligarchy and my left to right. M-O-G-O-P. Oligarchy. Do I have faith in truth? Does truth have faith in me?
Prince should come out of the fucking grave and slap the shit out of this dude. But let me tell you, we saw my arch nemesis Dan Crenshaw and his covered eye hole. I would give anything in the world to piss in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy. You know you're a horrible person if Tucker Carlson, Dan Crenshaw are saying good things about you.
I can show you a video of CNN doing the exact same thing.
Twitter made factual statements about our client that are false.
This is not as bad as the live one, is what you're saying, Aaron. I don't know, I think this is the cringiest one. The hip thrust. And the song doesn't make any fucking sense.
James O'Keefe, who I think is a despicable person.
The judge said reporters interject their opinion. It stands to reason you should inform your New York Times ripping over themselves. Now he's going to be suing Twitter.
Another defamation lawsuit, this time against fake news DMA.
I'm switching to Sunday Driver.
Misinformation. The Project Veritas, a conservative actionist.
You're almost 15 minutes away from the next 420.
Polling does not decide the truth. Go speak to evidence.
I did twerk earlier. My twerking was nowhere near as cringe as this. And this bullshit is the reason why they kicked him out. The caption of the video's title says, "It gets weirder with each viewing." That's an understatement. Oh my god, this guy's my favorite part. Look at this. The beer is on fire. Well, she's sucking it out of the middle of the can. He's sucking it out of the bottom of the can. Ben Shapiro! And yes, I had to check and make sure this is actually at Ben Shapiro. This is the Daily Wire's Ben Shapiro, 5.6 million followers. This is the real Ben Shapiro. This is not I did not fall for a parody on Twitter again. Because apparently I fell for a satire fucking account the other day. Even though like I was just going through and calling people names. Some kind of fucking waterbed salesman in Georgia that won 3 fucking youth softball coaching championships or some shit. It was stupid. But I did not fall for a parody. This is the actual Ben Shapiro who says that the Writers Guild is screwed. His evidence of this is that Ben asked his chat GPT Please write a TV comedy scene in which a screenwriter negotiates with a studio head for higher pay, while the studio head has all of his responses written by AI. Interior, studio, executive's office, daytime. We see a screenwriter, Jim, sitting in front of a large desk, facing a studio executive, Mr. Smith. The room is nicely furnished with large windows overlooking the bustling city below. Jim, Mr. Smith, I'm hoping we can talk about my compensation for this project. I feel that the initial offer is not commensurate with the work required. Mr. Smith, reading from a tablet. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I understand your concern, and I will consult with the necessary departments to see if we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Jim, well, that's good to hear, but I was hoping for a more immediate solution. This is a high-profile project, and I've been putting in long hours to make sure it's a success. Mr. Smith, reading from a tablet. I appreciate your dedication and hard work. Rest assured that we value our employees and want to compensate them fairly. So that's a script written by ChatGPT. I actually have changed my opinion about it since my first time reading it. Ben Shapiro asked it to write a comedy, and it wrote something incredibly fucking funny. Rest assured that we value our employees and want to compensate them fairly. That's the funniest goddamn thing I've heard in a very long time. Apparently Ben was serious that he thought ChatGPT gonna replace actual writers. Ben, you so dumb. Let's see how AI really does. Here is an AI-generated beer commercial. I'm gonna be honest. It is better than any commercial I've seen on television in a long, long time. The beer commercial, funnier than the ChatGPT scene. Indeed. And I guess they weren't even tasked with writing a comedy here. Okay, that's my favorite part. And what's the deal? Okay, what's the fucking deal? Like, you see the fire earlier in the commercial. Why do we cut to this post-apocalyptic hellscape? For those of you listening to the podcast, if you just got the audio going, it's like a backyard barbecue. It's like a house party. And, like, generic beer commercial, indeed. The party is so sexy. But like the people all have weird faces, and they're doing weird things with the this what is this scene? Are those firefighters in the background? What's going on here? What the fuck is this? And he's like, he's doing the explaining guy to his beer here. And also, is that a hand? What? Is that supposed to be a hand? What's that shit on his finger over there? What in the fuck? Okay, whoa. And does this dude have like some kind of fucking oversized Nixon mask on? What the fuck? One more time. The way they're all holding beverages like the way Trump holds a beverage. Everyone's everything is jacked up. The more you look at and there's fire right there, and that's not like a grill or anything. That's in the house. What's going on? What in the fuck? And they got like a store brand Katie Porter in here. What the shit? What? And she's got like 20 fingers. And then look at this one. Look at this. Is that a woman? Is that like that oversized hand on her elbow over? What the fuck? That's what I'm. Hold on, I gotta slow this down. Where's the speed at on this motherfucker? Where's the settings? I gotta watch this at a crawl, cause what the fuck? Okay, multiple things are on fire. Oh, their mouths. That's hilarious. She kind of looks like that thing that what's their the fucking characters from Beetlejuice when they go into the other realm and they pull like their fucking heads out and shit. That's what she kind of looks like there. That's wild. Also, they're making a new Beetlejuice apparently. Oh, I get a lot of the Howard Stern sidekick pictures here. Where's the? I don't remember what the characters' names were. I'm not seeing them pull their heads out. That's what it looks. Oh, there it is. There it is. That's what that shit kind of looks like. Their eyeballs popped out real fast. They're all talking to their beverages. There was indeed 2 rows of... she had like fucking 3 or 4 rows of teeth. Oh my god, this guy! This guy's my favorite part. Look at this shit. The beer is on fire. Well, she's sucking it out of the middle of the can. He's sucking it out of the bottom of the can. The flame is coming from that one beer. You should be. The caption of the video's title says it gets weirder with each viewing. That's an understatement. I feel like they're both singing into, and is that even a beer? What is it? It doesn't look like any beer I've ever seen. I don't even know what the product name is there. I guess go formaldehyde? What the fuck? I would like to point out that sign says Devolder defrauded devoters. Devolder defrauded devoter. That's a fantastic sign. Now, this is wild for them to hold this press conference this morning alleging criminal activity from the Biden administration while one of their own sat in a cell this morning waiting arraignment on charges. George Santos, the representative from New York, once made a campaign promise that the Democrats' soft on crime policies emptied our jails, eliminated cash bail, and essentially given criminals a get out of jail free card, as your congressman, George Santos, will ensure that criminals are sent to prison to do their time. George Santos in federal custody this morning. This is the first thing George Santos has ever said that wasn't a lie. He, however, is disputing he is a criminal, because of course he is.
We have an indictment. We have the information that the government wants to come after me on, and I'm going to comply. I've been complying throughout this entire process. I have no desire not to comply at this point. They've been gracious in there. Now I'm going to have to go and fight to defend myself. The reality is it's a witch hunt, because it makes no sense that in 4 months, 5 months, I'm indicted. You have Joe Biden's entire family receiving deposits from nine family members receiving money from foreign.
Wow. Santos released earlier today on a $500,000 bond.
From foreign destinations into their bank accounts. It's been years of exposing. A lot of you here have reported on them, and yet no investigation is launched into them. I'm going to fight. I'm getting back to that. I'm going to fight my battle. I'm going to deliver. I'm going to fight the witch hunt. I'm going to take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing
Congressman,
that.
did you take any unemployment?
Hold on.
What do you say to that?
I would like the opportunity for.
I would like to point out that sign says Devolder defrauded devoters. Devolder defrauded devoter. That's a fantastic sign.
Some of you guys to ask some questions in an orderly fashion, and we'll start right here. Go ahead, Rachel.
Why would you apply for unemployment benefits when you had a job making $120,000 a year?
Rachel, this is part of my defense. This is inaccurate information. and I will get to clear my name on this. During the pandemic, it wasn't very clear. I don't understand where the government's getting their information, but I will present my facts.
Prosecutors say that you got over $20,000 in unemployment benefits, sir. How is that acceptable?
Ma'am, like I said, my employment was changed during the time. I don't understand.
He received unemployment benefits and co-sponsored a bill to criminalize people who received unemployment benefits during COVID fraudulently.
And where the government's coming from, I'll present my defense.
And one last follow-up.
What evidence do you have that they don't have? Because it's extensive.
I have plenty of evidence that we will now be sharing with the government in this case to make sure that I can defend my
Congressman, are you planning on running for re-election?
Yes, I am.
Do you
And
think you'll
why
win
should
re-election?
anybody believe you now?
Well, like I said, I will prove.
He is planning on running for re-election. Now, this is just like fucking shit. Sponsored a bill on COVID unemployment fraud, which is now one of the charges he is facing. He sponsored a bill surrounding COVID unemployment fraud, which is set to be introduced this week. This week. The Protecting Taxpayers and Victims of Unemployment Fraud Act, introduced last month, and aims to incentive states to recover fraudulent unemployment payments made during the COVID-19 pandemic. Wow.
Prove myself innocent, and then we'll move from there.
Congressman, did you take...
It's a very far time away.
Congressman, did you take...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry for blocking the $750,000. They said that you reported that wrongly. Do you have any comment to that?
Well, like I said, I will be giving them all, will be delivering all the finances of my company. I'm delivering all my finances to them to dispel their accusation
Congressman,
against me.
And again, you will not resign.
I will not resign.
Congressman, did you take campaign donations and use that money to buy expensive suits?
No, I did not.
Do you think you'll win re-election?
I've not seen him wear an expensive suit.
That's not up for me to know. Elections are very tricky, and it's up to the people. I trust them to decide what's best
Congressman,
for them.
Congressman admitted to lying.
You will not be involved in the election, sir.
This time around.
Oh, look, like I said, I've asked many times. I want to be judged by the work I do in the body, and I stay committed to that.
For the Justice Department to act that fast in an investigation into a sitting congressperson, they have the goods on him. I assume he going to jail. I don't know if it actually ran down the counts he is facing. I have that somewhere. You guys would like me to hit you with that? Counts 1 through 5, wire fraud. Counts 6 through 8, unlawful monetary transactions over 10 grand. Theft of public money. Fraudulent unemployment benefits. That's counts 10 and 11. And then 2 counts of false statements to Congress on income disclosure forms. Those are the charges. Anthony DeVolder. I want to know, what did it say on his indictment? Did it say George Santos? Did it say Anthony DeVolder? I want to see those documents. What the fuck is this dude's actual name?
Mr.
He might have paid to transport him.
Mr. Chairman,
Whoa!
3 seconds over. As long as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez can get equal time, she can keep going.
I will let Ms. Green wrap up. 5 seconds.
Well, there's that. Hunter recorded multiple sex tapes with the prostitute he had paid for out of his law firm's bank account. Yep, that's the accusation. Okay, fucking prosecute him on that. I really don't. This is not worth a congressional hearing. Prosecute the motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
It was an offshoot of an investigation the IRS was conducting into a foreign-based amateur online pornography platform.
Are you ready for this? Today was the day that the IRS whistleblower testified in front of Congress. So this should be good.
Ways and Means Committee used to receive testimony from these whistleblowers and report transcripts of their testimony to the full House of Representatives to make that information public. These whistleblowers have gone above and beyond to submit information to Congress in accordance with the law, and we are grateful to them for that. The witnesses can only testify to tax information that has already been released through proper procedures through the Ways and Means Committee. This means that in some instances they may have to decline to answer a question and instead submit additional information to the Ways and Means Committee at a later date through the appropriate process. They are each accompanied by counsel to address
I did a TOS? What did I do?
And are not present today to provide testimony or answer members' questions. I ask members to respect that process and requirements of Section 6103 and look forward to hearing what our courageous witnesses have to say. Further, due to the complex nature of the matter at hand, each of the witnesses shall have 10 minutes for their opening testimony. I would now like to introduce our witnesses. Mr. Joseph Ziegler is a special agent with the Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigation Division, specifically assigned to the International Tax and Financial Crimes Division. This is a group of 12 elite special agents who are subject matter experts in complex international tax and other related crimes. He started his career with the IRS in 2010 as a special agent and has developed and successfully completed a multitude of complex financial investigations.
I hate this dude.
The types of investigations include money laundering, bank fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, healthcare fraud, violations of the Bank Secrecy Act, income tax evasion, and income tax related charges such as identity theft and filing false claims for income tax refunds. Mr. Ziegler has won multiple performance awards throughout his career.
Did she drop Hunter's hog?
Mr. Gary Shapley. Mr. Shapley is the supervisory special agent of the International Tax
I thought we
and
were
Financial
getting
Crimes
to the
truth.
Here we go. This is the whistleblower.
I believe I'm risking my career, my reputation, and my casework outside of the investigation we are here to discuss. I ultimately made the decision to come forward after what I believe were multiple attempts at blowing the whistle in the Internal Revenue Service, at the Internal Revenue Service. No one should be above the law, regardless of your political affiliation. I humbly view my role here today as providing the facts as I best understood them and to let Congress and the administration and the public consider those facts and determine the best path forward. I recognize why I was present at the start of this investigation and was closely involved with the investigation for roughly 5 years. I'm just a part of the story. Others, including my colleague and supervisor Gary Shapley, who is here with me today, have their own views and understandings of what took place during this investigation. I've been an agent with the IRS since 2010. In 2007, I received my undergraduate degree from Ohio University.
I had that tie.
John Carroll University. Prior to starting my career at the IRS,
That fucking pattern.
Ernst & Young as an external auditor. Throughout my career with the IRS, I have worked a variety of successful criminal tax and money laundering.
Or with a blue shirt.
In 2018, I transitioned to being a part of the International Tax and Financial Crimes Group out of the Washington, D.C. field office. I was the lead IRS case agent on the Hunter Biden investigation. I've recently discovered that people are saying that I must be more credible because I'm a Democrat who happens to be married to a man. I'm no more credible than this man sitting next to me due to my sexual orientation or my political beliefs. The truth is, my credibility comes today from my job experience with the IRS and my intimate knowledge of the agency's standard and procedures. I was raised and have always strived to do what is right. Although I do have my supporters, others have said that I am a traitor to the Democratic Party and that I am causing more division in our society. I implore you to consider that if you were in my position with the facts as I have stated them, ask yourself if you would be doing the exact same thing.
ACAB means
I
this
hope that
guy
I
too.
am
His haircut's
an example
pissing me
to
off.
other LGBTQ people out there who are questioning doing the right thing at the potential cost to themselves and others. We should always do the right thing, no matter how painful the process might be. I kind of equate this to experience and feelings I encountered when coming out. It was honestly one of the hardest things I ever had to go through. I contemplated scenarios that would have been highly regrettable. But I did what is right, and I'm sitting here with you today. I would first like to take a minute to thank some people for their unfettered help and support. First off, God, for giving me the strength and courage to get through this process. My husband, who has been my rock, has put up with me, my stress, and has had to deal with his personal information being out there. My attorney, Dean Zerby, who has agreed to represent me through this matter pro bono, and someone who has provided me so much help and guidance. My colleagues from the Hunter Biden investigation. The work that was done on this case is tremendous, but seems to be overshadowed by what is happening here today. And I just want to say to the investigative team that I am thankful for having worked with you. I also want to thank my family and friends back home in Northeast Ohio and Georgia. I don't live in the DC area. I had to fly here and have had to pay out of pocket for all my travel-related expenses in being a whistleblower. On that note, I would like to make another statement that I have not accepted a single payment from anyone for being a whistleblower. First, Mr. Chairman, while I have my written statement as well as my testimony before the Ways and Means Committee, I would like to touch on briefly 7 specific matters. First, in a recent letter to Congress, Mr. Weiss stated that he had been granted ultimate authority over this matter, but then later stated in the same letter that his charging authority is geographically limited and that he would need a President Biden-appointed U.S. attorney to partner with him in charging the case. Mr. Weiss stated that he was making all decisions necessary to preserve the integrity of the prosecution consistent with federal law, the principles of federal prosecution, and departmental regulations. In the Criminal Tax Manual, Chapter 10, found on the DOJ website, Tax Division policy states that cases involving individuals who fail to file tax returns or pay a tax, but who also commit acts of evasion or obstruction, should be charged as felonies to avoid inequitable treatment. In early August of 2022, federal prosecutors from the Department of Justice Tax Division drafted a 99-page memorandum. In so, they were recommending
good evening.
Felony and misdemeanor charges for the 2017, 18, and 19 tax years. That did not happen here, and I am not sure why. And as to...
So yeah, you want to see Hunter Dong pictures? Marjorie Taylor Greene did indeed bring them.
I didn't know if it was to answer. Mr. Are you finished?
Someone else can follow up. I've seen someone could say.
You're correct. Rules. Yep. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, I would like to let the committee and everyone watching at home that parental discretion is advised. I would like to remind everyone that on our Oversight Committee, we provide oversight into all parts of the federal government, including their Department of Justice and their willingness to prosecute and their unwillingness to prosecute, and whether it's politically motivated. I would also like to say that when
not high enough for this shit.
Crime is presented, no prosecution should be denied, no matter who the person is. To the whistleblowers today, I thank both of you for your courage to come to the committee today and your commitment to truth. I have great respect for it, so thank you. I would like to talk with you both about Hunter Biden and his tax write-offs with his law firm, Owasco. I would like to ask Mr. Ziegler, when did you start your investigation and your testimony was November 2018? Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. During your testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee, you stated that through bank records, you identified Hunter Biden was paying prostitutes related to a potential prostitution ring. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
I've also reviewed those same bank reports, commonly referred to as SARS, Suspicious Activity Reports, and I'm very troubled by them. We read thousands of them in the Treasury. This particular excerpt from a SARS report talks about human trafficking and in regards
to clinically
and Owasco and payments he was making.
Do not soil the name of Mike Gravel. I campaigned for Mike Gravel in like 2008.
Has brought no charges against Hunter Biden that will vindicate the rights of these women who are clearly victims under the law. I would like to talk about in your prior testimony, you stated that the prosecutorial team was investigating violations of the Mann Act. Is that correct, Mr. Ziegler?
That is correct.
Mann Act.
Regarding the Mann Act, if a person is transported across state lines for sexual activity, such as prostitution, that could be a violation of a federal law. Is that correct?
I actually recently looked at the federal law regarding Mann Act, and I believe that that is correct, but I would refer you to the DOJ manual.
Thank you. I would like to present this to the committee. This is showing Hunter Biden paying for a victim's United flight from LA to Dulles. I believe this is a violation of the Mann Act. This is Hunter Biden's, this is his proof that he bought the ticket. He bought it for this woman right here. He flew her from Los Angeles to Washington on June 14th, flew her back to Los Angeles, California on June 15th of 2018. And I would like to point out that if he was purchasing her a plane ticket for sex and traveling across state lines, do you believe that to be a violation of the Mann Act, Mr. Ziegler?
So I can talk to specifically what's in my transcript regarding the Mann Act. So I know we were compiling the information together.
Yes, but Mr. Ziegler, as the law states, by the code of the law, it states traveling, paying someone to go across state lines is prostitution. It's a violation of the Mann Act. Let me just move on just one more second here. So when Hunter Biden paid for this woman to do this with him, to travel across state lines from California to Washington, D.C. on June 15th, this is a violation of the Mann Act.
It looks massive.
Let me continue. Did Hunter Biden also use
live in
his company,
sexual
Owasco
anarchy?
PC, to pay prostitutes?
Can you hold on one second?
Chairman?
Yeah, we'll give you this additional time back.
Thank you.
I hope that's not a euphemism, Shelley. I hope you're not like, I'd like to do her taxes.
So regarding Mann Act violations, what we can do is, given by the statute, we can turn those over to the House Ways and Means Committee, and then we can they can decide to vote to turn them over to you regarding Mann Act.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Ziegler. So talking about Hunter Biden using his company to pay prostitutes, this is also a suspicious activity report showing that victim one, the woman that was paid for prostitution, that traveled from California to Washington, D.C., paid for by Hunter Biden. This is an excerpt from a SARS report that we've read in the Treasury, and I think you all have looked at these too, showing that victim one was supposedly an employee of Owasco. But I would like to point out, this is not really what most paralegals do for law firms.
Ma'am, I know a lot about corporate America, and I would actually, like Vince McMahon, for example, was accused of doing exactly that with his paralegals. So, sorry.
And it's very serious that Hunter Biden was paying this woman through his law firm and then writing it off as business tax exemptions. Most people write off
business time, all right.
Write off things for their taxes through their businesses, like a meal or say office supplies.
He ate a meal.
But can you confirm for me that Hunter Biden had written off?
Did you see that ass?
Through his
You had it on.
I appreciate the question given by.
He had a giant, like fucking, what do we call that? A fucking particle board, poster board, fucking, and it had an ass on it. He had a meal, ma'am.
The statute and limited in my testimony today, and I respectfully would need to turn those records over to the House Ways and Means Committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ziegler. One last question. You referred to one of the assistants as West
It looked
Coast
to be a very nice
assistant.
ass.
I believe this is the West Coast assistant. Could you agree with that?
So I can tell you that there were deductions for what we believe to be escorts, and then that $10,000 golf club membership. Yes, that was not a golf club membership. That was for a sex club payment.
That was for a sex club payment.
What is the accusation?
Such as this. Through
That he wrote off hookers on his taxes?
prostitutes. Also, Mr.
That he
Shepard,
might have paid to transport him?
Chairman,
Whoa!
3 seconds over. As long as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez can get equal time, she can keep going.
I will let Ms. Green wrap up. 5 seconds.
Well, there's that.
Give Mr. Mafume additional time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shapley, you started an investigation into Hunter Biden, codenamed Sportsman, which opened in November of 2018.
Hunter recorded multiple sex tapes with the prostitute he had paid for out of his law firm's bank account. Yep, that's the accusation. Okay, fucking prosecute him on that. I really don't. This is not worth a congressional hearing. Prosecute the motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
It was an offshoot of an investigation the IRS was conducting into a foreign-based amateur online pornography platform. This is.
Well, he was trying out the goods
of Hunter Biden
Chairman,
making sex.
and
Excuse me, this is my time.
unbecoming of
Making pornography.
Should we be displaying this, Mr. Chairman, in the committee?
Gentle lady's time's expired and went 2.5 minutes over.
Chairman,
If
can I
Mr.
have a point of
Mafume
order?
wants the 2.5 minutes, he can have it if he wants.
Fuck Bafume. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Bafume. I don't even know who Mr. Bafume is. I want to hear from a serious person, someone who can question this whistleblower and actually not make a fool of themselves. So here is Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes plus the 2.5 minute that we went over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. And I want to thank
Mr.
you both
Ziegler.
for being before us today. I understand that this is not easy. And it is very important that both of you are respected during the course of this hearing. Mr. Ziegler, in your deposition to the Ways and Means Committee, I believe you said that that you began this investigation in 2018, correct?
That is correct.
And so some of the events that you discuss in your deposition took place 2, 3, 4 years ago, correct? Over the last several years.
Yeah, that would be correct.
In your deposition in front of the Ways and Means Committee and in your testimony before us today, you have
These are numbers.
that occurred over the course of a nearly 5-year investigation. And Mr. Ziegler, when you testified before the Ways and Means Committee, you also testified that you were told that it was then Attorney General William Barr who made the decision to merge the DC and Delaware Hunter Biden investigations, correct?
I did testify to that, correct.
And a few weeks after that testimony, your attorney wrote in a letter to Congress, I quote, Mr. Ziegler is confident he was told by his supervisor that the merging of the cases was at the direction of an official at the Department of Justice. However, on further reflection, Mr. Ziegler cannot definitively state that his then supervisor said that the Department of Justice official directing the merger of the cases was Attorney General Barr, correct?
That is correct, and I can tell you that I actually refreshed my memory from looking at my emails, and there was an email that I found from my supervisor at that time that stated what had happened. And I can turn that over to the House Ways and Means Committee at some point.
And in that updated email, does it include Attorney General Barr or not?
So I can't speak to the contents of that email, but...
No problem.
I mean, I feel like Congress has a lot better things to do.
And, you know, truly in good faith, these things happen all the time, right? The recollection of these investigations require an extraordinary amount of detail, and the charges of what is being brought forward today are extremely serious, which require a high threshold of evidence, including investigations and depositions. But, you know, I hope you'd agree that even the best memory can be fallible at times, and that is the widely understood reality in our justice system. Mr. Shapley, from your testimony today, I think you would agree that it is important that criminal investigations be conducted fairly and free from political influence. That's why we're here today, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you stated, and as was kind of discussed with Mr. Khan and with others, there are often disagreements. It seems as though within some of the transcribed interviews that we read, it says, yes, about 90% of the time, there is this IRS reviewing attorneys disagree with the charging decisions of the agents in the group, correct?
That was part of the testimony, not all of it.
In some of your comments, you've also noted that you've made reference to a special counsel in this situation. But I believe what there might be a reference to here is the question of a special attorney, not a special counsel, correct?
So if you're speaking about the October 7th, 2022 email that I documented.
It looks like Orrin Anderson.
On that day, that's why I documented it on that day, so that, 9 months later, I'm not trying to recall a specific word. And so it says special counsel authority. That's what he said that day. That's what a senior executive IRS corroborated when he responded to my email as well.
And I do think that distinction is important, because in this letter to Chairman Jordan, the issue at hand seems to be a special attorney, not a special counsel, which are two distinct, different legal authorities. And there also may be some confusion, I think, with respect to that as well. Which brings me to the point of political influence. Where there actually is a set of breadcrumbs, however, is in a set of tweets and letters to several chairs, to the chair of the House Judiciary Committee that we see here. In fact, according to New York Times article, which I'd like to present to the record today, President Trump's attorney wrote to the Judiciary Committee chairman, urging him to investigate what he called, quote, a rogue local district attorney. And after that New York DA convened a grand jury that ultimately indicted Donald Trump, Chairman Jordan complied with that letter. Shortly after President Trump's attorney sent that letter to the committee, which is highly unusual, a very highly unusual act. And in fact, after that, on March 20th, Chairman Jordan, together with the Committee on House Administration, Chairman Brian Steele, as well as the chairman of this committee, wrote to District Attorney Bragg and then demanded a sweeping series of documents, including communications between the DA's office and the Department of Justice, also highly unusual. In fact, on his Truth Social account later on, Donald Trump claimed that the U.S. attorney investigating Hunter Biden, a U.S. attorney, by the way, that Donald Trump appointed, was, quote, a coward. And then he then urged that maybe the presiding judge will have the courage and intellect to break up this, quote, cesspool of
Making my way downtown.
Curiously,
Good evening.
Just a few days after this tweet, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith, sent a letter to U.S. Attorney David Weiss and Attorney General Merrick Garland, who are implicated in this hearing, explicitly asking them to place the whistleblower testimony from the committee's depositions into the court record, which were addressed during the chairman's opening statements, before Hunter Biden's plea hearing at the end of the month. And as you can see right here, Chairman Smith explicitly said, and I quote, entering this information into the formal record. Additionally, those two chairmen waived onto this hearing today. Highly unusual.
Will the gentlelady yield?
And one moment. And when we talk about political influence, we are not here today, unfortunately, because the facts have brought us here. We are here today because Donald Trump is exerting an influence campaign in Congress when he is no longer president of the United States. In addition to that, if we want to talk about charges that have been dismissed, and if we do want to follow the evidence, perhaps we should discuss Ivanka Trump's investigation being charged, who was close to being charged with felony fraud, after Donald Trump's personal attorney provided political contributions to the local DA. Those charges were dismissed, and ultimately we saw that DA Vance President Trump's attorney provided over $50,000 in political contributions after the case was dismissed. So when we talk about political contributions, I would hope, if we are following the evidence, that we are willing, that this committee, if this committee is going to go there, that they be willing to open investigations into the dismissal of charges against Ivanka Trump. And, by the way, if the gentlelady from Georgia wanted to follow evidence, we should also take a look at, hypothetically, a case where sex trafficking charges against a 17-year-old girl potentially.
The gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes.
Thank you, AOC.
Gosar of Arizona for.
And fuck Paul Gosar. Hard to miss the giant swastika tattoo right there.
Ready?
Well, we're not going to find out who won. I feel really let down that we didn't get the wrestling match just then, but I feel pretty confident that this will make up for it. Here is a possum body slamming a skunk. Damn! That skunk didn't know what hit it. But here's Matt Walsh. One of these dudes has a Nazi tattoo. They're in diapers. And Matt Walsh is right there with a microphone.
Let's get you guys over here. Now we have Internay and we have Tater. They're going to be wrestling out here in the cold, in the mud, in diapers. And what's on the line? Now, if Tater wins by pin or submission, he wins tickets to go check out Kicks in Easton, along with 9 other great bands. If Internay wins, if he can somehow take down this giant behemoth, man, he will get the opportunity just to spray Crank with mace in the face.
This is not happening with the mace.
It's gonna happen. It's a look.
This is Matt Walsh, and welcome to Jackass Nazi Edition.
Just, first thing is to beat him. So now, do they have to start in a wrestling position or what? How do you start this? Yeah, how does this work?
I think they just go like 2 gladiators in the arena, man to man, bear to baby Huey.
Sumo? Yeah.
No, because that'll require ripping at the diaper, and I don't want to see the diaper come off.
No, you push. Just push. Okay. No, I think it's got to be pin or submission. Diaper wrestling, Madden Crank program. On my word, again. Ready? Fight!
Well, we're not going to find out who won. Uh-oh. This is from Matt Walsh's early YouTube. It's hard to miss the giant swastika tattoo right there. So he's definitely friendly with Nazis. And as several people pointed out, the fascination with diapered dolls with his sweet baby gang, and he calls himself Sweet Daddy. So there you have it. But he spoke very highly of me.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
Interesting. I feel really let down that we didn't get the wrestling match just then. But I feel pretty confident that this will make up for it. Here is a possum body slamming a skunk. Damn! That skunk didn't know what hit it. He was like, "Nuh-uh, I don't want none." Oh, well, that opossum is downright cute. You don't want to fuck with him. He pulled like a Spanish fly or something on that skunk. It's so fast. It's hard to see. Like, I want to say he bit the skunk's head and then pulled like a Spanish fly. Damn, just slams him down. Can I slow this shit down? See this shit in slow-mo. Here's the head bite. Damn, it's still hard to tell what happened. He may not have Spanish flied him. He may have just bit him on the head and flipped him over by his head. I like that you get a lot of skunk ass. Content warning for skunk ass. Boom! God damn! He did. He just grabbed him by the head and flipped him the fuck over. I assume the tail being raised up like that is part of the fight or flight thing. This is way better than Nazi diaper wrestling. Also, how did I not put Nazi diaper wrestling in the title of the fucking show tonight? Not good with my YouTube clickbait titles. Come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me, indiscernible. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. Oh yeah? These breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or if they give you business cards. These are mine. You got it? So, Rudy Giuliani.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
I want to do a little bit of reporting here. We can now confirm, to Jill Wine-Banks' point, there are 6 unindicted co-conspirators here, unnamed as well. They're just called Conspirator 1 through Conspirator 6. NBC News can now confirm that co-conspirator, I should say, number 1 appears to be Rudy Giuliani, and they are described in this indictment as an attorney who was willing to spread knowingly false claims and pursue strategies that the defendant's 2020 re-election campaign attorneys would not. In the indictment, they tell several stories that do make it appear that it is Rudy Giuliani, including the story about the allegations that he made against Ruby Freeman and her daughter.
Without an indictment coming towards Rudy Giuliani, one would think that he has flipped.
Or Shane Moss, they spell those out in the indictment, which makes it pretty clear that this does appear to be Rudy Giuliani. Co-conspirator number 3, who is described in the indictment as well, is apparently Sidney Powell. I
wondered if her name would come back up.
Co-conspirator 3 is Sidney Powell. This person is described as an attorney whose unfounded claims of election fraud the defendant privately acknowledged to others sounded crazy. Nevertheless, the defendant embraced and publicly amplified co-conspirator 3's disinformation. That person appears to be Sidney Powell. Let me do a little bit more here. Mike Pence has issued a statement. And here it is. It says today's indictment serves as an important reminder.
Oh my God, there it is again.
The Constitution should never be president of the United States. I will have more to say about the government's case after reviewing the indictment. The former president is entitled to the presumption of innocence.
He kept saying the same thing over and over again when we watched the clip.
January 6th and more distractions. As Americans, his candidacy.
Joy, what the fuck?
To Joe Biden's disastrous economic policies.
No, go back to telling us about who the co-conspirators are. I'm wondering, is there a Mike Lindell?
I do want to bring you in and
I was on crack.
It does appear, Mike Pence did not participate in the January 6th hearings. He refused to testify. He's refused to participate. He's refused to even call January 6th an insurrection. He very likely will have to testify against Donald Trump as a I assume, right? He would be a prosecution witness.
It does appear that way from the allegations in the indictment that Pence would be an essential witness on some of the events here.
And so what would be the use
subpoena
victim, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, he's a potential victim of the effort to sort of get him to throw the certification to Trump. But also he's there, or would be there, to talk about all the things that Trump was being told about whether or not he actually lost the election, the legal theory or lack thereof for the grounding for the legal theory, and what Trump himself was saying and doing. And I can't help but notice that, the indictment is pretty light on things that were coming out of Trump's mouth. Mm-hmm. And so I suspect we're going to be learning more about that as the case unfolds. And it's not necessary for them to lay all that out in detail in this particular document. But people like Pence, the people who were actually with him, physically with him.
Don't pinch his cheek. Pinch his little cheeks. Tell him he's adorable. Doing such a good job there on MSNBC that I cut it off before they even let you speak. No, we gotta get to the good stuff. This is where we're still talking about Rudy Giuliani, but I gotta pop up here. Content warning. Civil suit filed by his former receptionist. Foul comments made by Giuliani revealed in audio transcript back accusers' claims. Former staffer Noelle Dunphy is suing Giuliani for sexual harassment, and she has the receipts to prove it. This year, Rudy Giuliani was hit with a sexual harassment suit by former staffer Noelle Dunphy, now vindicated in her claims via the release of audio transcripts indicating the extent to which they're valid. Filed Tuesday in New York Supreme Court and certified by a court reporting agency, Dunphy tips her case with the documentation of conversations with Giuliani in which he makes lewd comments about her body and propositions. Where's it at? There we go. Come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me, indiscernible. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. Oh yeah? These breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or if they give you business cards. These are mine. You got it? Yes. Understand? I'm very fucking possessive. I've gone easy on you. I don't know. I've been easy on you. You're pretty tough on me. I've been easy on you. Give them to me. Maybe. Gross indeed.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Oh, sir, that's the least of the adjectives I could level at you. Buzzy Simba, you walked in on a transcript from the lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani. Other transcripts, Giuliani. Allow me to read on. Every place, finding a little place in the woods. Get off the airplane in a new city. On the airplane, go right to the hotel. Give me the indiscernible money. On the dining room table. Yeah, we go right ahead wherever on the floor of the living room. As soon as we get in, we don't even make it to the bedroom. Yes, all clothes come off. Oh yes, oh God. Let the doorman wait outside to bring in the luggage. Wait, we need a little more time alone. Yeah, I need a little time alone with my girlfriend here. That's right. With my daughter. That's right. With my little girl. What? That was in the indiscernible. You make me feel like you make me feel better when I'm upset. I hope I make you feel better when you're upset. You do. Indiscernible. So smart, so much potential. Indiscernible. This tremendous attraction to you physically. I can't think about you or I get hard. Even if I think about how smart you are, I'll get hard. I'd never think about a girl being smart. If you told me a girl was smart, I would often think she's not attractive. Indiscernible. Giuliani is a gigantic piece of shit. Other transcripts, he said, I want to own you, calling her my bitch. You're my whore. You're my fucking slut. Of course, fantasizing about her as his little girl.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
Yawns to you are disgusting. You are the definition of a pervert. Someone who should not be allowed around little kids, for sure. Probably shouldn't be allowed around anybody. First of all, if I actually gave a shit about views, I would make some serious changes to this program. But if I was to do that, the stream would lose its essence. First of all, I wouldn't do marijuanas on the stream. Instant demonetization. I called it Niger the other day. Said it like a redneck. They say in broadcasting not to bring up your flubs and your foibles. Everybody will forget about it. Nah, I do the exact opposite. Remember that time I called it Niger? Said it like a real dumbass? Come to me and get your political opinions. I've got 50 comments on a Matt Walsh video when I wake up. Like, it's going to be a good day. The Rudy video, though, I spent a lot of time.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
I spent a lot of time making that mouth. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. These breasts belong to me. It has gotten maybe 50 views. I spent a lot of time on that video. However, like, overwhelmingly, people have been like, this is cracking me up, and have liked the video. I don't know what causes things to go viral. And I'm talking like it has 50 views across YouTube and TikTok. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why my Jason Aldean video is still getting like 1,000 views a day.
I saw country music fans rally like I've never seen before, and it was pretty badass to watch. I gotta say, thank you guys so much.
By rally, he means buy his song. Whereas other videos, like, they stall out at 200 or 300. I don't know why Marjorie Taylor Greene showing Hunter Biden's cock to Congress got 9,000 views.
Also, Mr.
So you might have paid to transport him.
Mr.
Whoa!
3 seconds.
I will let Ms. Green wrap up. 5 seconds.
Well, there's that. And Rudy Giuliani talking about his love of tits got like 200. I don't know. Social media is bad. Like, right wingers love to talk about my numbers, but the first thing I will say, I will address this. Any right winger that wants to talk about like my low view count. First of all, if I actually gave a shit about views, I would make some serious changes to this program. But if I was to do that, the stream would lose its essence. First of all, I wouldn't do marijuanas on the stream. Instant demonetization. But you will see a lot of YouTubers talk about CBD. Because if you say CBD, you get demonetized. Here I am taking goddamn bong rips on the stream like I'm not high enough for this shit. Yuck, yuck, yuck. So it's almost an instant demonetization to everything I do. And YouTube punishes me in the algorithms for it. And the second thing is I wouldn't cuss. I wouldn't cuss. If I wanted to make money on YouTube, I wouldn't cuss. You can see. Ineligible, limited. It's all my videos. All of them. Ad suitability. So, if I actually gave a shit about growing, and I do, I wanna become a bigger streamer. But I'm gonna fucking earn it. I'm gonna do it the hard way. Just by sheer brute fucking talent. And I did. Libertad, you might have noticed, I do purposely blow the smoke at the camera almost every time I exhale. I think you guys probably think that's cool. I don't know. Maybe it's dorky of me. What do I know? I just think it looks like I'm doing a Triple H. Or I'm Goldberg, I'm breathing out the smoke. At some point in time, my plan to grow this show actually is to invest some money into it come the primary and the election season. I'm going to boost posts on the social media. I'm going to actually because that's what they want. Right wingers will often bring up like, oh, I can get more interaction on a post than you do. Start a page and get monetized and shit. And see if you don't get nerfed. You'll get nerfed because they want you to pay. They don't want to give you organic reach. Facebook wants you to pay. Speaking of Facebook, one of the things we're going to talk about on tonight's show, the apparent matchup between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg is on, and we're gonna see it within the month. Also, an interesting matchup that we are going to be privy to, apparently. Ron DeSantis is going to take on... I'm blanking on his name. I almost called him Greg Newsom. His name's not Greg Newsom. Gavin. Old Greg Newsom over there in the governor of California, Greg Newsom. Speaking of trouble, Alexei Navalny in Russia. You like that transition? I'm maybe having a manic episode? I don't know. I'm all over the place tonight. Alexei Navalny sentenced to 20 more years in a Russian prison. Russia has rejected a negotiated peace deal. Says that war will continue for the foreseeable future. Gonna get a good little dose of foreign affairs tonight. We're gonna talk about a Pakistan train derailment, an update on the Nigerian coup. I called it Niger the other day. Said it like a redneck. They say in broadcasting not to bring up your flubs and your foibles. Everybody will forget about it. Nah, I do the exact opposite. Remember that time I called it Niger? Said it like a real dumbass. Come to me and get your political opinions. Trump is going to tell us about his hair care routine. It's easy to get a lot of people to come to your show when you've got $1 million right-wing operation behind you. This is Jason Howerton. Who might Jason Howerton be, you ask? He is the CEO of Reach Digital. I have helped grow social media companies and political influencers grow their social media footprint exponentially. Launch a product, get over 1.3 million views. I'm betting the Daily Wire is going to announce that he is the first artist signed to their record label. You apparently really, really liked cocaine. And as I understand it, you just got out of rehab about a month ago.
But the wicked will perish. Though the Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field.
He's getting emotional. How about we break out the white stuff and get a little wicked? Did you know the left is attacking Oliver Anthony? Oliver Anthony, the new viral right-wing sensation, is under attack from the left. Do you know how I know? Because I'm one of the people on the left that did it. I was correct, and I'm getting ready to gloat about how I called it. Oliver Anthony is an industry plant, and there is major money behind him. Dan Bongino is upset that people like me would dare question the authenticity of a man like Oliver Anthony.
If you haven't heard of Oliver Anthony, he is a guy, I don't know his politics, I don't particularly care about his politics, but he
I bet I can guess.
Basically condemning the swamp and the political.
First of all, I'm going to show you a tweet here in a little bit that brings into question whether he wrote the song or not. The way it's worded makes it seem like he didn't write the song.
Class that this cultural rebellion is rebelling against. The song is, I think, the #1 song on iTunes. It's 8 million something views. The song's amazing. He showed up at this festival this weekend. I guess he was pre-scheduled to sing there. Small town. They had 25 acres taken over full of people parking to see him. Here was a little snippet of what happened. Take a look at this.
Putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Lord, it is.
Gosh, that's a feel-good story. A friend of mine was there, a very close friend of mine. Flew in, traveled cross-country.
I bet I know his name, too.
The place was packed. Said he sat there for 2 hours afterwards, after this concert. Believe me, it was hot. To take selfies and sign autographs for people. And he didn't want to leave until he took care of everyone. Wish this guy the best of luck in his career. Now, of course, that didn't stop Rolling Stone.
I bet you do wish him the best of luck, because I bet you're financially invested in him, Dan Bongino.
In the dying culture on the left, which is a culture of death. And it's a culture of cannibalism, as I've warned you often. The left's seeking out of constantly new people to target. They're losing because the right's giving them the double-barrel middle finger. So they're starting to sick themselves on themselves. It's a cannibalistic effort. They're running out of targets on the right because we don't give a shit. We ignore these people. Here's Rolling Stone.
All you do is talk about us. Like, you're like, we ignore the left. Here's Rolling Stone telling you what it is I'm going to get pissed about here.
Which once pretended to be an outlet that covered entertainment and music. Folks, they've got the SADs. They are so desperate to stop.
They got the SADs.
Right-wing influencers just found their new favorite country song. The article by Joseph Hudak, who could not be more condescending, talking about how we're losing our minds over this song.
Yeah.
Again, just to be clear, it's okay to go out there and rap songs about, wet ass. I can't even say
wet ass pussy.
If you know. It's okay to, go out there and drop a bunch of N-bombs and songs talking about how awful the cops are and all this other stuff.
Well, the cops are pretty awful. We covered it earlier in the show. They tortured 2 black men, sexually assaulted them, stuck a gun in one's mouth and pulled the trigger, broke his jaw. He's lucky to be alive. The cops are pretty awful, Dan Bongino.
And does what's not really a political song. He doesn't mention any politician. He mentions how he doesn't like rich men north of Richmond targeting the working man. And all of a sudden, we're all losing our minds. They're desperate to stop the rebellion, folks. They are desperate.
What rebellion? You're telling me there's a rebellion, so you're saying there's something about the song that's subversive. But yet I know for a fact there's nothing about the song that is subversive. Here is, I'm assuming, the name of your friend who you said stayed late at the show. I bet this guy is your friend. His name is Jason Howerton. When I offered to cover the cost for Oliver to produce a record, I had no idea what would transpire, nor did I know just how powerful his story was or the situation that God was inserting me into. I just wanted to help. This is how we're going to change culture and the country. This is Jason Howerton. Who? Who might Jason Howerton be, you ask? He is the CEO of Reach Digital. His About Me says, I have helped grow media companies and political influencers I have helped grow social media companies and political influencers grow their social media footprint exponentially. Might want to learn how to write a sentence, sir. Over the course of a decade, I've developed a replicable monetization strategy that has created tens of millions of dollars in new revenue for companies and clients. I am just getting started. He shared out an article that said, launch a product, get over 1.3 million views overnight, with a picture of our friend Oliver Anthony. What's our friend Jason Howerton's background before he was the CEO of Reach Digital? He was the executive director for Blaze Media, the managing editor for the Independent Journal Review, and a managing editor for The Blaze. So what do you guys think? Does that sound like a organic viral hit to you? Oliver, man, if you're watching this, you seem like a genuine guy. I'm going to tell something about your backstory that I learned when researching you. You apparently really, really liked cocaine. You have multiple songs about it on your YouTube. And as I understand it, you just got out of rehab about a month ago. Congratulations on your sobriety. These people are using you. This Jason Howerton dude from Reach Media is using you. I wish you the best, bro. I love seeing another another good old boy from Appalachia make it big. I'm all about it, man. But I hate that you're going about it this way. I also wonder if, as part of your recovery, they got you on that God shit. I can't knock people, you know, whatever it takes to get you clean and all, but that God shit, man, it just rubs me the wrong way. And apparently, you were on that God shit.
It's crazy to me because I remember back in June I played here for about 20 people, and but that's the beautiful part of this country, though, is even an idiot like me can make something happen. So if I can do it, you can do it.
My friend, like, I would love it if you actually made something happen, but like, it's easy to get a lot of people to come to your show when you've got $1 million right-wing operation behind you. And I'm predicting it. I'm betting the Daily Wire is going to announce that he is the first artist signed to their record label. We did a video a week or two ago about Matt Walsh. He was all upset about the drag queen Flamey Grant. And he went on this long rant about conservatives conceding the domain of music. I think the Daily Wire has been cooking this up for a little bit. And Matt Walsh himself plays banjo. Mark my words. Give it a week or two. See if this guy isn't the first signee to a Daily Wire record label. They've done movies, they've done books, now they're going to put out some music. Mark my word.
Before we start singing, and I mean we, because I hope y'all are going to be singing too. I just had something I felt compelled to share with you. This is in Psalm 37, 12 through 20. The wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. The wicked draw the sword and bend the bow, to bring down the poor and needy, to slay those whose ways are upright. But their swords will pierce their own hearts, and their bows will be broken. Better the little that have righteousness than the wealth of many wicked. For the power of the wicked will be broken, but the Lord upholds the righteous. The blameless spend their days under the Lord's care, and their inheritance will endure forever. In times of disaster, they will not wither. In days of famine, they will have plenty. But the wicked will perish. Though the Lord's enemies are like the flowers of the field.
He's getting emotional.
And they will go up in smoke.
Buddy, you're doing the bidding of people like the Daily Wire and Dan Bongino. Bitching about people on welfare and people that are poor. Which side do you think you're on exactly? He threatening me? I'd say you were a lot more fun when you were on cocaine. How about we break out some of the white stuff and we get a little... I fucked up my own joke. That's how I was going to end the clip on YouTube. I'm sorry. Hold on. How about we break out the white stuff and get a little wicked? I fucked it up so bad. Caption of the post is foreboding. 2 hours before the Montgomery, Alabama brawl, 30 witches walked to the river to give sacrifices. The women's weekend retreat involved positive healing and ended hours before the brawl took place. Sounds like witchcraft to me. It's okay, witches. We'll keep your secret. Let's just keep it in the same southern area. You know how we were talking about southern Alabama, southern Georgia, the panhandle of Florida. It's all the same area pretty much. All really weird. You may recall a video from that area went viral a week ago, 2 weeks ago. We now have to make sure that you know that the Montgomery Brawl wasn't caused by witches opening portals. So the brawl that we covered, by the way, this was the co-captain. A lot of people misidentified him as security. I don't remember what we said about him here on the stream. I think when we were listening to the video, they just said like he was one of the workers on the boat. The claim: witches performed a demonic ritual on riverfront hours before Montgomery Brawl. On August 9th, a Facebook post shows a group of women walking with flowers in their hands, smiling as they approach the Montgomery riverfront in Alabama. So this is the archived link. What even is this picture? I can't make it bigger. I can't tell what the picture is. Apparently, it's women laying a wreath at the... walking with flowers in their hands and smiling as they approach the riverfront. Still on the Facebook? Ah, this is it. This is it. No sound. Yeah, demonic flowers. I mean, if the witches did it, good on them. Yeah, flowers and women has to be witches. That was the video. Caption of the post is foreboding. 2 hours before the Montgomery, Alabama brawl, 30 witches walked to the river to give sacrifices, and to burn incense to the ancestral spirits, which opened portals to demonic familiar spirits. As the witches stated, nothing is coincidence. This definitely explains how this situation escalated the way it did. The video was shared more than 700 times. Now, USA Today has rated that false. The women in the video are not witches. They were part of a weekend event for black women that promoted mental, physical, and spiritual healing. The Montgomery brawl that took place hours later was unrelated and caused by an argument over boat docking. The women's weekend retreat involved positive healing and ended hours before the brawl took place. Doesn't mean they weren't witches. The video was originally posted by C. Anderson, a psychotherapist and wellness expert who specializes in helping people of color and LGBTQ groups heal from trauma. Anderson's video came from a weekend event she hosted called the Feminine Flow Experience. Sounds like a period thing. An August 4th through 5th conference to support black women's physical, mental, and emotional well-being. The event had nothing to do with witchcraft or demon worship, Anderson told USA Today. Rather, the women walked to the riverfront to honor their ancestors who had been brought there as enslaved people. Sounds like witchcraft to me. It's okay, witches. We'll keep your secret. I would feel really racist if I say that, but is that Bobby Lashley? Trump was his manager at WrestleMania. See him take out Vince. Boom! Oh man, he's throwing the worst fists ever with his tiny hands. Future Justin here. That is apparently not Bobby Lashley. What I did was pretty damn racist.
So my friend Donald Trump is arriving, and he and I share something in common. Neither of us do pretty well in a number 2 position, okay?
Strategists say even though Trump won't be physically present Wednesday night, he'll play an outsized role in the event.
They're going to have to answer the question that the front runner isn't on stage.
Wait. I would feel really racist if I say that, but is that Bobby Lashley? Like, I think it really is Bobby Lashley. No, it can't be. It's just another... He's a WWE wrestler. A really cool one, too. It would really upset me if he was with Donald Trump. But here's the thing is... Trump was his manager at WrestleMania, like, 20 years ago. Is that, like... So, like, there's not... Or 15 years ago. I'm bad with time. Like... Am I seeing things? Oh, spelled it wrong. Like, there is a connection. He, like... This is the Battle of the Billionaires. That's Bobby Lashley taking a splash from Umaga. Stone Cold. Trump's around here somewhere. This is the Battle of the Billionaires at WrestleMania. Trump's hair was on the line. There you can see him on the other side of the ring. Bobby Lashley was the wrestler who represented him. Don't get at me. Yeah, there you go. Trump even gets physical. See him take out Vince. Boom! The worst close. Oh man, he's throwing the worst fists ever with his tiny hands. That's a thing that happened at WrestleMania 23. And Bobby Lashley was the wrestler, so, like, I feel really racist. Just, like, thinking that the bald black guy is Bobby Lashley, but that's Bobby Lashley, isn't it?
Answer the question that the front runner isn't on stage. What do you make of that? And we're going to see who does the best job of bobbing and weaving through that.
Bonjean says he'll be looking to see how many viewers actually tune into the debate as an important indicator of where the Republican race stands right now.
That will give us a great gauge to see how many people are looking for something new. How many GOP voters of Trump's base are getting tired of all of this nonsense and want a serious candidate who's talking about the issues. We'll have to see what the temperature level is there.
Where's this serious candidate that's talking about the issues? Because not on one of the chuckle fucks that's going to be in the debate tomorrow night is a serious candidate that's going to be talking about the issues. What, Ron DeSantis? Hey guys, future Justin here. After conversing with my best friend last night after the stream, who is also a hardcore wrestling fan, probably knows a lot more about it than I do, he swears to me that this man in this picture is not Bobby Lashley, that I am indeed a racist because I confused two muscular, bald black men. So that is apparently not WWE superstar and former World Heavyweight Champion Bobby Lashley in a picture with Donald Trump from a campaign stop. So, sorry I didn't prepare a ukulele song for this or anything, but I wanted to go ahead and apologize. I think it was an honest mistake, but apparently it was a rather racist mistake. Hopefully you can forgive me and you will continue to come find out what that news be doing here on the Troll Patrol Live, Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
I've seen thousands of people vomit.
Dude, I wouldn't go around telling people that you make thousands of people vomit. Like, that's not something I would admit in public.
You gotta start tearing that mess up!
Pastor Greg Locke, and this is from a couple weeks ago. I had to go back and find the video, but the little clip went viral today, and I was like, nope, we gotta watch this. So, Pastor Greg Locke is upset about the Barbie movie.
By building a house. The Bible calls that fortified place or city a stronghold. It's a house. It's a habitation.
I am not high enough for this shit.
So here's where we've missed it. And I'm just trying to right the ship, okay? We wonder, why do these people keep coming back for the same problem? We've cast this demon out 5 times. No. You'll drive that demon out one good time. Moving forward, you'll tell it not to come back. At least I will. And from that moment on, it doesn't mean the person is not going to struggle. Because let me tell you something. When the demon came out of the person, notice what he left behind. The house.
Good, Mark.
The spirit is entered in through some doorway. It builds itself. Derek Prince calls it a nest. It builds itself a comfortable place.
Ooh, nice clinically.
And you can cast the demon out, tell it to never come back. But if you don't teach the person to break down the stronghold that the enemy built, and they have no discipline, they're always going to feel like they have a demon, when really what they need to do is just control their flesh.
Gotta love the Olin Mills 1990s backdrop behind him. Oh, there it is!
We drive demons out all the time.
That's the high dollar one, too.
But we've not reached a place where we understand you have to pull down the stronghold that the demon left behind. Because I'm going to tell you something.
Wait a minute. He was talking about demons possessing people. And he's like, what do they leave behind the house? In your analogy, isn't the house the person? Are you wanting to destroy the... What?
When you cast out the spirit of sexual perversion, it's got to leave. So does the person still struggle with porn
You
because
live in
they still have a
sexual
demon?
anarchy?
No, they still struggle with porn because the fortified house is still there, and the...
I feel like if you're struggling with porn, that might be an issue to talk to your doctor about. Like, if you're having a hard time, like, coming to completion, that could be caused by a number of things, and you should probably consult your doctor.
Stronghold has to be pulled down, and you don't do that through more deliverance. You do that through more discipline. The house is still there. Let me prove this to you. I need you to go. Some of you are looking at me crazy. Go to 2 Corinthians chapter 10. 2 Corinthians chapter 10. Whew, somebody better shout teach. I'm feeling it.
1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians chapter 10. I'm gonna back into verse 3. I told him to do 4 and 5, but I want to back into to verse number 3 because I think it's important.
Back that ass up.
For though we walk in the what? Flesh. You see, you have a flesh that's bad all by itself.
Before you back it up, I've got some advice for you.
For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh, which doesn't mean that we don't war. It just means we don't war according to the flesh, because this is not a fleshly, earthly battle. It's a spiritual, supernatural battle. And that's why the Bible says that when we put on the armor of God, what are we doing? We're standing against the trickery of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places. So notice, once this spirit is driven out, watch what happens in verse number 4. For the weapons, shout the word weapons. Now let me tell you why.
Weapons.
Because did you know of all of the armor of God, every bit of it except one piece is to protect you, not to fight with. And he calls it a weapon. So we're not besmirching the text. But if we were to be honest, everything is for offense. There's only one thing that's for defense. The only real weapon you have to fight back with, Ephesians 6:17, the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God.
He has completely lost me. First, every piece of the armor, but one is armor, but that's a weapon. And what?
God. What does the shield of faith do? It quenches the fiery darts of the wicked. It takes what comes against you. It doesn't dish anything back out. The shoes protect you. The helmet protects you. The breastplate protects you. The belt of truth protects you. There's only one thing that defends you.
I would be so good at this.
The weapon of discipline.
The weapon defends you.
Choice is the Bible, the Word of God. Now watch this. He says, for the weapons of our warfare, because we're in a battle, are not carnal. But what are they? They're mighty through God.
Yeah, it doesn't protect you from bullets.
Pulling down of what? Strongholds. Wow. How'd the stronghold get there? Somebody strong held it. Somebody built something in your life.
God's now an RPG. It's the
Somebody built something in your
newest game.
Somebody built something in your mind. When the demon left,
you can play the new Boulder's God game, but unfortunately it is riddled with microtransactions. Every time you even mention God, there's a fucking collection plate under your nose.
he still had a house to return to. Have you ever noticed, this is a fascinating observation. I'm not trying to be gross. If you have a gag reflex, plug your ears. You ever notice in deliverance ministry? And I know it's not all about vomiting and throwing up, and we got turbulent bags and all that kind of stuff. You ever notice? This is crazy. I've seen thousands of people vomit.
Dude, man. I wouldn't go around telling people that you make thousands of people vomit. Like, that's not something I would admit in public.
You know what's interesting, Pastor Boggs? I've never seen anyone throw up what they ate that day. You ever notice that?
You're insane! You've never seen anyone throw up what they ate. I assure you, it is exactly the contents of your stomach. It's not some magic meal you had last week. What the fuck, Greg? I don't even want to get into, like, examples of, like, holy shit.
I never seen someone go through deliverance from a demon and be like, oh, that little chicken. Papa John's? Never. Isn't that interesting? You ever notice it's always, that white, weird...
2 pastors, 1 cup.
It's white, it's green, or it's brown. It's only 3 colors it comes in.
Stomach acid, motherfucker.
Well, they just drank red Kool-Aid. Why didn't they throw that up?
You will.
Here's what Derek Prince said about it. He said it's the nest that the demons lived in breaking loose from a person. So what happens if you deal with a demon but you don't deal with a nest? You still have a stronghold.
Stomach removal? What the fuck?
It can get controversial. I'm not trying to make up a new doctrine. I'm just telling you from facts, from my life experience, and no doubt from yours as people of Deliverance Church. If the stronghold is still there, still built in that person, you don't need a demon to operate it. Your flesh will move right in and be very comfortable with the house that an evil spirit built in you. And so it's not in Matthew chapter 12 about a demon being driven out and bringing back 7 more. No. The principle is this demon just decided to do what it wanted to. So we're talking about people that have really gone through deliverance. If you've really gone through deliverance, the demon is gone. Now you need discipline to deal with what it left behind so you can close every door and not make things sometimes even worse in your life. So we have to learn the difference between deliverance and discipline. Where's my little dealio back here? These guys on this side? Well,
Your dealio.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, dear sir. That is a Bible. That is duct taped and zip tied to an Easton ball bat.
Why?
Let me show you. I'm about to show you something crazy. Watch this. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the, watch the next phrase, pulling down of strongholds. You ought to pay attention to what the Greek word for pulling down means. It's the word demolition. That's what it means. It doesn't just mean, well, I'm just going to pull it. It means you demolish the house that the evil spirit left when you kicked it out. So maybe at our Global Vision store, we ought to start selling some Bible bats in the name of Jesus. Because what some of you need to understand is you've been delivered from a demon, but you've not pulled down the stronghold yet. You got to get rid of the triggers on that iPhone. You got to get rid of the triggers on that Netflix. You got to lose her number. You got to lose his number. The demon comes out when you expel it. The stronghold comes down when you demolish it with the Bible. You gotta start tearing that mess up. You gotta break it down. You gotta cast down imagination and every high thing that exalts itself. You gotta get in the Bible and beat that stronghold to death.
Get in that Bible and beat it up.
Change your phone number if you got to. So, do I believe in deliverance? Yes. But I'm done with repeat customers for 20 years. It either works or it don't.
Damn, Venus, you're right. He could have donated that to a child. It's not like he believes in a fucking book that tells him to give everything he owns to the poor. What a dickwad.
We decree them curses off. We drive them demons out. But then as a pastor...
Yeah, how many children are in that church right now that would have loved to have that Barbie dream house?
You got to say no to stuff. You got to say yes to stuff.
Beat it like a cop.
Learn to pray. Mark 9:29, you got to learn to fast. He says we pull down, we demolish the strongholds.
Well, if you fast, you're not going to throw up.
So for some of you, let's just be honest.
I guess you still can, but there won't really be anything there.
I'm not saying, please.
Because Pastor Locke seems to not realize this, but you will indeed throw up what you were eating that day.
saying an evil spirit can't return if you open a door. I'm saying that this idea that just because you still
Honestly, clinically, I don't know that they allow kids in there.
has kept people in theological bondage. And that's why people have a hard time with deliverance ministry, because everything's not a demon. Sometimes you just need to have some discipline. Okay, sometimes you just need to push.
Nope, there are kids. There are kids.
5 chicken legs is enough. I'm done. Right?
Second stomach.
If you don't get forceful and start tearing down those strongholds in your life, they're going to get worse. Can I tell you something? There are people in this room, people online, and people that you know, and people that you love that have gone through deliverance and still have an addiction.
I kind of thought that I'd heard somewhere that he didn't allow kids in because, like,
Well, you're going for the next 10 years of your
he's a raw pastor. I thought I remembered him saying that.
Don't. No. You got to change their mindset. You got to change their lifestyle. They have to be renewed in the spirit of the mind. They have to learn. Now the demon's gone. Now I got to say no to my flesh, which is just as dastardly as a demon. Because did you know that one of the works of the flesh is witchcraft? Galatians 5 plainly says.
Oh, them witches.
That people say, well, you know, I don't believe a Christian can be influenced by a demon. Your flesh can produce witchcraft. Don't get much more demonized than that. And so, am I making sense? And man, we could go along.
Okay, this is just like Inez Cantor wanting to play in the WNBA. This is just like all the right-wing idiots telling me that you can live high on the hog on welfare. Fucking do it, Greg. Do it and prove it to me. Your flesh can do witchcraft? Prove it to me, man. I want to see that shit. I would pay. I will come make a donation to your church to see that.
Long time, and there's so much in my heart, but I'm thinking to myself, well, why sometimes is it so powerful, but why does it seem like for some people it just don't work? It does work. We're just looking at it wrong. Because the fact that you still struggle does not mean you're lost. The struggle is proof of who you are in Christ. Lost people don't struggle with sin, but saved people do. Listen, before I got saved, I could do some crazy stuff and laugh in your face.
You damn right. I do not struggle with sin. I enjoy every fucking minute of it.
Nowadays, I'm like, man, I gotta repent. I can't do that. I can't even sleep myself at night. The difference.
I don't know how you sleep at night, sir. You are a disgusting human being.
I'm trying to catch my breath. But I think we got the point.
What was the point? I don't even know what the house was in the metaphor. I know we only watched, 10, maybe 15 minutes leading up to the smashing. I think it started about 40 minutes in. We're 55 now. I have no idea the point he was trying to make. I don't know what the stomach was in the analogy. I don't know what the vomit was in the analogy. I don't know what the Barbie house was. None of this makes sense to me. Am I wrong? Can you guys elaborate and explain it to me?
So yeah, you better believe I'm going to spend my life casting out demons. But if I'm going to feed the sheep, I'm going to have to spend the other half of my life teaching people how to be disciplined and say yes to the right things and no to the wrong things. That's what the Word of God teaches.
Mick Foley never used a baseball bat wrapped in the Bible.
We've scared people to death with this 7 times worse principle. He wasn't talking about somebody who went through deliverance. He was talking about somebody that needed deliverance, because once you go through deliverance, deliverance takes care of the demon. And if it don't, Jesus didn't really give us authority. So yeah, I know sometimes it takes longer, can I say it this way? The better you get at it, the more discerning of spirits you have. You can take 5-hour deliverances and you can put them in 15 minutes. Not all of them are quick, not all of them are long. We have another common misconception. Even my preacher friends are like,
5-hour deliverance. You can buy it at the church gift shop, 5-hour deliverance.
well, Jesus just spoke the word and them demons came right out. That is not true.
It'll help you when you're trucking across the country.
Twice the demons besought him much. You know what the word much means? It means Jesus carried on a conversation for a while with these stupid things. You know what it says when Paul looked at the woman with the spirit of a divination in Acts 16? He said, come out of her. And the Bible says he came out the same hour.
I encourage everyone to pull out.
Sometimes it's difficult.
Have you seen what the weather is doing out here? Don't have kids. Pull out. Jizz on her back.
And everybody's like, well, you know, I just walk up into a room and I say, out. And they're like, pfft. And I'm like, well, I want what you got. Sometimes it's super simple.
Seriously, I would be so good at this.
They're holding on to the nest.
You could just get up there and say anything.
By the way, you will notice, okay, this is just coming to me right now and we got to quit. I'm about to starve to death. I'm hungry as a hostage. Praise God. you will, that's our next book, Hungry as a Hostage. You will notice that the narrative would denote this. I think we can take a pastoral observation and make this leap without being theologically unsavvy. You'll notice.
I'll let him finish.
That the 7 that came back with the guy are not even the ones that we need to be concerned with. That's why it takes so long. We're going through a manual trying to find 7 of them. When all we need to do is fast, pray, walk in the anointing of the Holy Spirit, have discerning of spirits, and go for that first one that brought the 7 back into the house to begin with. And once you get the gatekeeper, the rest of them will come squealing like little baby piglets.
Are you the key master?
So praise be unto God for deliverance ministry, but praise be unto God for Christian discipleship too. For Christian discipleship. Yeah, you better believe I believe in demons. They're crazy. They everywhere. But I believe in discipline too. Believe in the renewing of...
Ma'am, don't talk like that around me.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Dream filling is fun. I just don't like kids.
Your mother loves you. You love your mother. You're an asshole. Please keep.
Does your mother love you?
You love your mother. You're an asshole. Please keep.
This woman went out a badass. We have reported on the raid of the Kansas newspaper, where the cops just brazenly went into a newspaper and the home of the publisher and seized their computers, all kinds of papers. But we have footage from inside the 98-year-old newspaper co-owner. Her name is John. Her name is Joan Meyer. Joan Meyer. And you are going to love this.
Meyer, right? Yes. Calling Eric Meyer. Don't you touch any of that stuff.
Ma'am.
This is my house.
You're wasting your breath. Ma'am.
Get out of here. You asshole.
We'll be out of here pretty quick.
Get them out of here. They're here. You done. Your mother loves you. You love your mother. You're an asshole. Please keep.
Does your mother love you?
You love your mother. You're an asshole. Please, Chief. You're the chief. Oh, God. Get out of my house. You're the truth. Get out. Stand outside. You can stand outside that door and still see him. I don't want you in my house. I don't want you, and you do not take them. What?
That's some business cost route, or how's that?
What?
Leave a message after.
Is there another one down there? Another computer?
Thank you.
We never went down there, and he stayed up here the whole time.
Well, that was your own.
Right.
Yeah. What's he doing over there going through papers?
How many computers do you have in the house, ma'am?
I'm not going to tell you. Get out of my way.
It's all right.
I want to see what they're doing.
Well, they're working.
I don't care what they're
So you
doing.
can go on through if you want.
What are you doing? Those are personal papers.
Ma'am, those aren't papers, they're electronic devices, which is what the judge said that we're supposed to take. Okay?
You people.
You piece of shit. Love that lady. Good on her. Give it to him. Unfortunately, she passed away the next day. They have attributed her death to the stress caused by that raid. Apparently 80-something videos have been released. I can't show you more because the weird thing is like if you go to the Marion County Record, that's the name of the newspaper that was raided. They don't have any content, and they follow a channel called Chubby Girl Videos, which apparently doesn't have any content. Little Miss Baby Belly. And Never Perfect by K exclamation point Dolt. We actually have some content. Welcome to my bubble. It's more like my rabbit hole now. 2 million views. Oh, and they follow ESPN. What you doing, girl? Oh, she's a small creator.
Hi guys, welcome back to my bubble, and into
Hey girl, I support your bubble. Always support small creators. I'll even give you a sub. But what the fuck, what in the world is up with these chubby girl videos? I'm sorry. My curiosity. Curiosity kills the cat. But good on that old lady.
I'm the leader of the gang, I am.
Well, what did you think?
Hulk, if you're watching, man, stay out of... Listen,
Oh,
I'm ready for you.
serious?
If any little dark alley, anything, I'm going to get you, boy. I'm the leader.
I wonder if we have another case of somebody who wants to play badass. And with Chris Kyle, here's the thing: is like he had. It's like Hulk Hogan, man. Hulk Hogan goes on these fucking podcasts and shit and tells the most outrageous fucking lies. But Hulk Hogan has led an extraordinary life. He has no reason. He's led a more interesting life than like 99% of the people walking the face of the earth. He has no reason to lie, but he does. He does a lot. I have this on the top of my mind because apparently he told the story about wrestling in Wembley, which he never did, and that he, Michael Jackson, and Mr. T, there are no pictures of Hulk Hogan and Michael Jackson together, that he, Michael Jackson, and Mr. T were with this Make-A-Wish child. And that the Make-A-Wish child smelled. And that Hogan roped off a section of the crowd at Wembley for the Make-A-Wish child and his family. And as he was wrestling in the main event of the show, which never happened, Hulk Hogan has never wrestled in Wembley Stadium. As he says he's in the main event of the show, he keeps looking over to see that child. Thought they just went to the concession stand or something. He says that the child died. So that then he got Simon Cowell, that Simon Cowell from American Idol, and that he recorded an album with Green Jelly that spent 8 weeks on the top of the Billboard charts. And they covered a Gary Glitter song. This sent me down a whole rabbit hole. The song is real. You can find Hulk Hogan and Green Jelly doing this Gary Glitter song. And here's the best part about it. By the way, Gary Glitter, a convicted pedophile, I ended up finding a interview where the hosts played the Hulk Hogan Green Jelly song for Gary Glitter, and it upset him. He got so mad that he threatened Hulk Hogan. Oh my God! Oh, I wasn't gonna bring this up. This was a rabbit hole I went down earlier today. We're gonna watch it now. We're gonna watch Gary Glitter fucking threaten Hulk Hogan again. Because he's mad. He's mad. He's mad about Hulk Hogan doing his song. I'm sorry, I told everybody like, hey, we're doing crime news.
Already.
Wanna be in my gang? I'm the leader of the gang, I am.
Well, what did you think? You see, I've been spending some time in America, and now coming over here. Hulk, if you're watching, man, stay out of... Listen, I'm ready for you. If any little dark alley, anything, I'm going to get you, boy. I'm the leader, man. Just watch out. You know, all that pussyfooting around in the wrestling ring is nothing compared with rock and roll.
This is very true. That's told him. That's told him.
No, I'm really flattered. I think it's a great... it's really nice that anybody should record any of our material. It's terrific, and I wish him all the luck with it.
You're so...
Dun, 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 dun. Hey! Dun, dun, dun. He gets no royalties from that shit anymore. Because he's a convicted pedophile, which apparently got out of prison and then was showing like people at a halfway house how to access the dark web, got sent back to prison, and is apparently up for parole again. They're going to let him out again. Yeah. Gary Glitter, the convicted pedophile, is apparently up to be released yet again. Now, as I understand it, apparently he never assaulted a child. He just had possession of child pornography. That's still fucking disgusting, and I wouldn't put it past him to... Yeah, it was just child porn, I think. I don't think there are any... Like, he didn't, Jimmy Savile any kids. That I know of, but I mean, you don't want those people loose. If they have those proclivities, I don't want them anywhere near children. All right, enough about Gary Glitter, but that was... This is a picture of Gary Glitter threatening Hulk Hogan. Didn't expect to see that today.
And he needs to get wokeness out of our Navy. We've got people doing poems on aircraft carriers over the loudspeaker.
Tonight was a collaboration between Suicide Prevention and Glass to do a spoken word event. For spoken word, there's poetry acts, skits, and also any form of verbal and nonverbal showman of, love, gratitude.
An event to bring awareness to suicide prevention. Well, that's wokeness. We can't have that. Currently, the Biden nominees for positions in the military are being held up by one man, the senator from Alabama, a man by the name of Tommy Tuberville. Senator Tommy Tuberville says he's worried about sailors reciting poetry on ships. I saw somebody fucking tweeted out that, like, apparently General Patton wrote like a whole fucking poem or some shit before, like, he commanded troops in World War II. The Alabama senator tried to defend his widely criticized blocking of military promotions with anti-woke blather.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, come on. Let me have the clip. Is the clip in here? Please tell me the clip is here.
There's no second place in war, okay? We have to have the best. And right now, we are so woke in the military, we're losing recruits right and left. Secretary Del Toro over the Navy, he needs to get to building ships. He needs to get to recruiting, and he needs to get wokeness out of our Navy. We've got people doing poems on aircraft carriers.
Wait, whoa, hold on. First of all, he's not the Secretary of the Navy, I don't believe. He's acting Secretary because of you.
We're losing recruits right and left. Secretary Del Toro over the Navy, he needs to get to building ships. He needs to get to recruiting, and he needs to get wokeness out of our Navy. We've got people doing poems on aircraft carriers over the loudspeaker. It is absolutely insane of the direction that we're headed in our military, and we're headed downhill, not uphill.
Could we?
Are there poems being read on like Navy warships? Tuberville did not specify the instance of Navy personnel reciting poetry on a ship, but was likely referring to a spoken word event on the USS Gerald Ford hosted by the Gay, Lesbian, and Supporting Sailors Association in November. Tuberville previously griped about a non-binary junior officer praising the gathering.
Tonight was a collaboration between Suicide Prevention and GLAS to do a spoken word event. For spoken word, there's poetry acts, skits, and also any form of verbal and nonverbal showman of, love, gratitude.
Gratitude, being grateful for everything that we have here. So yes, we're stuck on a ship, but we are grateful to have friends, family, partners, co-workers to be there for us.
Of course he never watched Star Trek.
When I spoke out to my heart. I sent out my messages to all the sailors and all the people who have gone before me that served for the country.
It was about suicide prevention. That's what's truly disgusting. Is this motherfucker is going, we got the gays reading poetry over the loudspeaker. It was about it was an event for suicide prevention, which is a huge problem with veterans. In case you didn't know, Tommy Tuberville.
I said thank you to America for being the land.
And yeah, like 10 to 20 people, maybe.
I thank God every day that
maybe there were 30 or 40.
I get to be who I am.
Don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to speak what's wrong with you. We actually do care. And when people say what's wrong,
maybe 50, 60. That's a pretty good crowd. Yeah, it's in the rec room after hours. An event to bring awareness to suicide prevention. Well, that's wokeness. We can't have that. What a piece of shit Tommy Tuberville is.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who
I'm torn
who.
because, like, on the one hand, fuck the military. I really don't give a shit. But on the other hand, like, there are people who believe that he might be trying to keep those positions open so Trump can name them should Trump become president again. So that's not cool. But also, like, if we're going to send soldiers out to war and put them in war zones, take fucking care of them. Don't let them come back broken people. without any support. That's horrible. If you are willing to put your life on the line for the country, now, debatable whether you actually put your life on the line for the fucking country, but if you are going to theoretically do that, then you should be taken care of by this country, and it's disgusting that we don't. It's disgusting the way politicians virtue signal about the troops, but then actually don't take care of them, as we learned with Jon Stewart and the burn pits.
I don't know why anybody would use that despicable phrase in that gesture.
Patry resigned at midnight.
It wasn't Nazi, okay? So it was a gesture that in Germany at the time meant total obedience to a dictator.
Talking, do not interrupt me, do not make any noises, or else I will not tolerate it.
The Nazi gesture and phrase then followed.
Tip City school board member gives Nazi salute to board president during meeting. Okay, is she trying to say that the president's acting like a Nazi? The video here.
To the board, there's been regular reports from the facility committee reports to the board. There have been, I'm talking, do not interrupt me, do not make any noises, or else I will not tolerate it.
Oh.
Stop talking. To the committee, to the board, there's been regular...
Yeah, she's mocking him and calling him a Nazi because he will not tolerate. It's just like, she's not a Nazi, she's... doing it in protest.
Reports from the facility committee reports to the board. There have been, I'm talking, do not interrupt me, do not make any noises, or else I will not tolerate it.
Oh.
Stop talking. To the committee, to the board, there's been regular reports from the facility committee.
You probably shouldn't do that, though. His board member Annie Zakar gave a Nazi salute and said "Sig Heil" at Tuesday's school board meeting.
They feel, okay, when people think of what happened yesterday, they feel, okay, you may have been frustrated, but you could have said something else. You could have responded in a different way. That's all I'm saying to you. My job is to bring to you the concerns of the citizens in this district, right? Not Simon's, because again, we are not talking about Simon, right? While you and him may have had the conflict. But for some people, like again, they believe it was racially charged. You have some people calling for your resignation. Well, what do you want to say to those people?
For me, I am not I'm not a discriminating person. Oh my gosh. I've been so open and I'm so comfortable with different races.
So you just saw a Tip City school board member there giving the Nazi symbol and praising, saying that phrase yesterday.
I guess she was calling the president of the board a Nazi because he was like, I won't tolerate your piping up during my whatever the fuck he said.
Today's school board meeting, the outrage now pouring in from all sides. Mamie Ba is live from outside the Board of Education there. She's been on this all day today. This is all very controversial, Mamie. Break it down for us, please.
That's right, Adam. You have so many people saying to themselves, you know, why respond in this way to something? A lot of people saying that there is dysfunction among the board members here at the Tip City School District. You know, among the board members, there's a lot of dysfunction, but they're saying it shouldn't have gotten to this point.
The Nazi salute followed by a phrase no one wants to see or hear anywhere, especially a school meeting.
In my opinion, not acceptable. Not acceptable at all.
Community members and parents have been expressing outrage over Tip City School Board member Ann Zakor's actions.
What happened yesterday was a culmination of 4 years of being badgered and bullied and misrepresented. And yeah.
Were you trying to get
across? It wasn't
Nazi,
okay? So it was a gesture that in Germany at the time meant total obedience to a dictator. And I felt yesterday that's what this particular board member, who's been doing this for some time, was expecting and demanding.
It all started when Simon Patry, the then board president, was asking his colleagues to stop talking.
I'm talking, do not interrupt me, do not make any noises, or else I will not tolerate it.
The Nazi gesture and phrase then followed.
I don't know why anybody would use that despicable phrase in that gesture.
Patry resigned at midnight, even though he had only a few months left of his term. He tells me it had nothing to do with Zakor's actions. He wants to focus on his law firm and family.
When I walked into the doors was the time that I felt that it was highly likely that I would do it today or yesterday.
The Tip City School Board has been at odds for a while, with meetings being filled with sarcasm, sly remarks, and interruptions among members. But Tip City voters say on Tuesday it went too far.
The way I look at it is, it doesn't matter what people are saying to me. I'm not going to respond with any sort of racial remark.
I'm not a discriminating person.
Do you regret it at all, following the public outrage?
It was a genuine, honest reaction. Like I said,
it was a genuine, honest reaction.
When oppression hits people, after so long, they react.
What do you want to say to that in response to her feelings?
Ma'am, that is so disingenuous and so trivializing the fucking Holocaust. The fuck is wrong with you? You're not oppressed. You're a fucking on a school board. And the president just wants to talk and complete what he has to say. What the fuck? How dare you compare it to Nazi Germany, ma'am?
Feeling like, you've been a dictator at these meetings. You've cut people off, You've been rude. You've been sexist.
I'm surprised.
He's been sexist?
To anybody who watches these meetings, they know that that's not true.
Now, for the full interview with Simon Patry and Zakor, please head over to our Facebook page. We'll be putting that on our Facebook page. Just bear with us. They are long interviews, and we just want to give them each the time to really express their passion and express what unfolds. So definitely make sure to keep a lookout on our Facebook page for the full interviews. I did reach out to the school district. I was here earlier today, and the district says it has no comment at this time. We do know that Zakor's term, this is her last term as as a member of the school board. Back to you.
Well, that happened. What I do, I bring you the wildest shit on the internet.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
He's so proud of himself. I groaned. You could go back and watch it.
No one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. I want to ask
Boo! And then, speaking of absurd, did you guys see the Republican presidential primary debate last night? It went off the rail multiple times.
Honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
Nikki, I feel that way anytime I hear any Republican talk. I agree wholeheartedly.
Honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
There were
She was referring to Vivek.
last night's presidential primary debate in Simi Valley, California.
7 Republican hopefuls faced off for a second time, even without President Trump there in person. He was still addressed by the candidates, though.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
Nah, he's not afraid.
And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
First Donald Duck reference of the campaign cycle. Some say the winner of last night's messy debate may have been the former president himself, even though he wasn't on stage.
Let's bring in King 5 political analyst and former Washington Attorney General Rob McKenna to talk more about this debate. Rob, did you feel like there was a clear winner last night?
No, I didn't really think so. I think they were all scrambling to reinforce their positions, but I don't think there were any real breakthrough moments.
7 candidates on stage. Rob, did the debate make one bit of difference? I want to pull up the latest poll, NBC News poll, showing the former president still in a commanding lead of this race right now. 59% of those polled suggest he's the one they want to be the next president.
I think Tim Scott probably did the best in the debate.
What do you make of this? And what do you make of how these candidates are going after Donald Trump right now?
Well, I think it's notable that former President Trump's numbers are growing. His lead is expanding. I'm a little surprised to see Republican voters coalesce around him at this level already. On the other hand, he's the former president. He gets a ton of media attention, and Joe Biden is really quite unpopular. So I think the other candidates are struggling to deliver a message to voters to persuade them to switch over. And frankly, their hits on Trump last night were pretty soft.
Governor Ron DeSantis coming in second in these polls. Do you think that his performance last night kept it?
I was pretty soft after watching the debate.
Did Nikki Haley make some waves?
Yeah,
none of them really got me hard.
Progress, particularly gaining some ground on DeSantis. If you look at where she started and where she is now. And so, I think he reinforced his current position by hammering away on his talking points, and that former Governor Haley, again, I think impressed in a number of ways. You could tell, by the way, that she did, the most to help herself in the first debate, that she moved up the most because of the time the other candidates like Tim Scott spent attacking her. So it's always the person who seems to be pulling ahead a little bit who comes under attack at the next debate.
Yeah, also in that poll, Nikki Haley, the only one that would beat President Biden in a hypothetical.
Bergam.
Too interesting to note there.
He sucks.
The moderation, of course, kind of questionable last night, frankly, at this debate.
Tried to put his foot in the door last night.
Republican debate, Rob, compared to the first one.
Yeah, it feels like the moderators are trying a little too hard to manipulate the debaters, and they're trying to make themselves the center of attention more than I would like to see. That moment where the candidates were asked who to vote off the island in a kind of survivor.
Yeah, that was wild.
It just really fell flat.
Yeah, and the whole debate between Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley about TikTok got a little
very interesting,
heated as well. Were there any topics that were not covered or addressed that you felt should have been?
They did go after President Biden, but there wasn't much talk about Hunter Biden, about the impeachment inquiry that's starting today, or
because it's bullshit.
Government shutdown, and that surprised me a bit. They did spend a fair amount of time talking about the United Auto Workers strike, and in a sign that the Republican Party has become a lot more populist, most of the candidates were pretty careful to either not take sides or side with the workers.
The Trump campaign wants to cancel the future debates. No word on whether that would happen or not. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. Former Attorney General and our King 5 political analyst, Rob McKenna.
Wants to cancel the rest of the debates. That Trump. That's such a Trump move. The UAW responded to Trump's speech last night. Let me be blunt. The UAW VP for GM has strong words about Trump's visit to Michigan. The UAW's lead negotiator in contract talks with General Motors on Wednesday issued a scathing assessment of former President Donald Trump hours before Trump was due to speak in Detroit. UAW Vice President for General Motors, Mike Booth, sent the Detroit Free Press a profanity-laden email about his thoughts on Trump's trip to Michigan. Let me be blunt. Donald Trump is coming off as a pompous fuckwad, asshole, cunt, bitch face. I don't know expletive is what the story says. Coming to Michigan to speak at a non-union employer and pretending it has anything to do with our fight at the Big Three is just more verbal diarrhea from the former president. Trump was expected to deliver a primetime remarks at Drake Enterprises in Clinton Township. The auto part supplier is non-unionized. According to the AP report, Trump will speak to a crowd of several hundred current and former UAW members, as well as members of plumbers and pipe fitters unions. I question some of the signs that we saw. Said union workers for Trump. Trump, of course, labeled Donald Duck coming out of the GOP debate. You heard it during that piece we just saw from the local news. I groaned when it happened, but apparently it worked. Donald Duck Trump meme spreads like wildfire. After Chris Christie, does that say jibe? It was a jab.
And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
He's so proud of himself. I groaned. You could go back and watch it. Chris Christie's attack on former President Donald Trump during the GOP debate has already been turned into a viral meme. 7 GOP presidential candidates hit the stage. Look at him. He looks emasculated standing next to Trump. One person then took that comment about the famous Disney character by turning it into a meme. Oh, shit. Do we not get to see the meme? Corny ass shit indeed. That's what I think. Let me hit the content warning before we get some real corny ass shit. Chris Christie was on with Joe and Mika this morning. Apparently he was the winner, right? If he's on, at least he is with the shit libs.
Republican debate. Joining us now is one of the candidates who was on the stage at the Reagan Library last night, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Chris, thanks for being on this morning. I gotta ask you. What the heck was that? What happened last night? Donald Trump is the front runner. He's the former president of the United States. A judge found him liable for massive fraud, and he called for the execution of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. How is it that nobody in the room?
Well, did that happen?
Last night.
Well, Mika, what I did last night was take on Donald Trump directly as I had.
Or was that the thing that's in Millie's book that's coming out? And that's why he was in the news the other day. Is that what they're referring to?
Have all throughout. I took him on Ukraine. I took him on his relationship with Putin. I took him on his failure to show up. I took him on adding $7 trillion to national debt. I took him on failure to build the wall in Mexico. So, I've only have so much time, Mika. I hit all of those things. And so maybe some of the points you wanted to have hit weren't hit. But I was trying to be responsive to the questions that were asked.
Speaking of hit.
Execution of Mark Milley. He called for the death of
Mika. And Mika, I talked about that this week. I talked about that this week on social media. I talked about it on other interviews I did beforehand. And it's hard for me to believe that I would come on to your show this morning after what I did and said last night, and that you have criticisms that I didn't go after Donald Trump enough. Maybe it's just too early out here in California for me, and I didn't quite hear what you were
Chris.
saying.
But come on. My question, no, it's not just you. I'm asking what was going on in that room that never came, like these two major headlines.
Tones, good evening.
Donald Trump, one that's absolutely frightening. Okay, what is going on in that room with all of the Republican candidates? What is happening? What universe are we in that doesn't come up? I'm not specifically pointing at you, but doesn't it seem strange?
Now, look.
And he's the front runner.
I'm not going to sit up here and be defense counsel for the other 6 candidates, because I did my job last night. I was the only one who went directly after Donald Trump on all the issues I just spoke about. And I hope that you get to have each one of them on and ask them why they won't do it. I'll tell you why they won't do it, because they all want to either be Trump's running mate or in a cabinet if he becomes the nominee or becomes the president. So I have no interest in that. I've been offered all those positions before by him.
I think Mike Pence has been there, done that.
I turned them down.
I don't know what Pence's game is here.
President of the United States, and that's why I was making the case about American involvement in Ukraine last night. Why I was making the case on why our national debt is unsustainable.
So Vivek is probably going to be a talk show host or something. Chris Christie is probably going to be like a correspondent on MSNBC or CNN. Tim Scott probably has a future run for president. He's raising his profile for the next cycle or the cycle after. Haley as well could be next cycle. What is Pence's end game? What does he get out of this? Pence just wants mother to be proud of him. Well, he's done a good job.
Why I was making the case last night about the education system and how it is failing our children and their families. And so that's why I was out there making that case I could last night on the questions I was asked. And I was not going to get involved in the food fight that went on, like between Nikki Haley and Tim Scott about drapes in the residence of the UN ambassador. I don't think that's something that's going to improve the lives of the American people. So I decided to stick on other issues.
For those of you who weren't there, he asked if the drapes match the curtains.
Let's try it here. I know you've talked about it earlier in the week, but just for our audience, and this morning after the debate, the former president of the United States suggested this week that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, 4-star General Milley, should be executed for treason for calling China around the 2020 election in January 6th to tell them the nuclear arsenal was secure. Is that disqualifying of Donald Trump?
Well, it's just another thing, Willie, that disqualifies him from being an appropriate candidate for president of the United States for our party and for being president himself at all. Look, Mark Milley has given this country extraordinary service, and I have great respect for him. And the fact is,
he's too woke.
This is a pattern with Donald Trump, and you all know.
He reads.
If you don't agree with everything he says, you don't do everything he wants you to do, whether it's legal or illegal, ethical or unethical, right or wrong.
An absolute mad lad.
And last night, after the debate was over, the proof of who made the greatest impact was that Donald Trump was posting on Truth Social about me and only me, not the other candidates in this race. He's the one I'm the one he's the most afraid of. And what he said about Mark Milley,
I don't think he's afraid at all.
But it is not surprising, because he's called on that for other people before.
I want to make it perfectly clear that I don't think, like, Christie has said multiple times that Donald Trump is afraid, and I don't think Trump is afraid at all. That's not the reason why he's not debating. And, like, so, like, I went back and forth on it, because if I was Trump, I would go and do the debate. Like, if I was advising Trump, I don't know, Because I'm sure his advisors are saying you have nothing to gain and everything to lose, but like, I think he'd go in and wreck them all.
Partner dancing does require partners to interact.
You
If
live
we
in
would feel more
sexual
comfortable with
anarchy?
A male partner, we could.
Oh, no, I'm not
His cha-cha to Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe failed to impress the judges, and he became the first celebrity to be eliminated. However, many fans weren't impressed with the decision and have even accused the show of closing the vote early to fix a result. Anybody watch Dancing with the Stars? Because I don't. But they had on my boy. Time to finally break into the mainstream came. My man, Matt Walsh, once called me.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
He was invited to be on Dancing with the Stars, and he trained hard for it.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
come on in.
Great to meet you.
Hi, Casey.
Matt.
Matt.
Yeah,
Matt Walsh?
that's me.
You're Matt Walsh?
I'm Matt Walsh.
Yeah, famous bigot.
Oh, okay. Can you hold on 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Wait, did she have his headshot?
I was a little surprised when he first walked in because I thought I was working with Matt Walsh from Veep.
No, what do you mean? No, it's not Matt Walsh. Okay. And then
It's the other. It's the bigoted Matt Walsh.
informs me that I am contractually bound to work with this Matt Walsh. So, yeah. All right.
Oh, that was probably written in.
Yeah.
You know, it was a really good first meeting, I thought. I think Casey got a little starstruck, but I always try to remind people that I'm just a regular guy. You know.
All right, well, let's just see. Let's just try some stuff.
Let's
just
do it.
see what you've got. Okay, so let's just start very, very simple today.
Okay.
And we'll just hold this rhythm nice and tight. Okay?
It's kind of a this thing that you're doing.
Nope, it's not front to back. It's a really side to
Well, I
side.
think this is what you're doing.
You can mirror me, actually. You know, just like
No, when you say mirror, you mean...
right. Like if you were looking at a mirror.
Now, there's a reason why she's confused, DJ Dub.
Look at you in the mirror and then do what you're
Make
doing.
it look
Do it.
just like I'm doing, but imagine. I'll do it bigger. So if that isn't clear, I mean, just out to
Matt Walsh definitely caused controversy.
out to the
Okay, I got
side.
it. Yeah, I think that was everything.
Okay.
Did you see what I did?
He's already been eliminated.
I did see that.
The show just came back and he's already been eliminated.
Side at all. So
Well, it depends on where you're standing. It's someone's side.
Uh-huh.
So, it's going great so far, I think. You know.
Mired in controversy.
I always say it's a little bit like riding a bike, and you gotta take some practice to learn how to do it, and then if you're not doing it for a while,
I don't even think she's a real choreographer.
and get back into the swing of things.
You know what? Let's.
Can I give you a note?
Sure. Yeah.
Your instructions are a little unclear, and I find that in
Okay.
dance it's better to be very clear about what you're saying.
Okay. I've never seen a more uncoordinated person in my entire life. You're right.
You're being a little
You're right.
abstract.
Okay. Did you want to try partnering?
What do you mean partnering?
One dancer and another dancer dance together. They act as
Oh, you gotta leave room for Jesus between you and Matt.
So we're doing this?
well. No, I was
I'm
just
doing that.
using. I was gesturing
Well,
my
are you seeing-
hands for
Oh, you look at what I'm doing right now. This is a whole
Looks
thing.
like you're like want to hold a
We're
baby.
just gonna try
Oh, well,
a basic hold.
I can't. I'm married, so I don't want to. That's why I have the wedding ring on.
Okay.
Try to avoid
So,
these kinds
but partner dancing does require partners to interact.
You
If
live
would
in
feel more
sexual
comfortable with
anarchy?
A male partner, we could.
Oh no, I'm not
you know,
kidding.
Okay. Well.
That's kind of funny.
Jeez. Okay.
Get gay, Matt. You'll enjoy it.
But it's a little unfair to the other contestants because I have such a long history in the dance world. But the thing is, you know, I'm here for two reasons. One is to express myself, and two is just to have fun. You're not saying anything about the left leg.
Right, because the left
So-
leg does nothing.
But you're standing on the left leg, so it's not doing nothing.
Man, Dancing with the Stars is like the best thing that's ever happened to him.
Did you want to show me some moves that you are comfortable with? You know,
I know the Macarena. I'm kind of known for that at weddings.
we
but
don't
this the
ever want to
Macarena.
do that. That's not even the Macarena.
It's not even the Macarena.
That's actually not it at all. That dance has a song that explains.
Am I instructing now? Is that what's going on? Are you the celebrity or am I?
That's close.
I think it's me.
I don't know if
Could
you're a
check Google.
celebrity.
He,
Okay, perfect.
he's a quasi celebrity.
This is called port-de-bras, which means carriage
It's
of the
called what?
arm. Port-de-bras. That's French for carriage of the arm. So we just want to have a good structure and grace when we dance.
What I would love is
There are definitely circles where you say Matt Walsh, and this is the person that evokes, like not the actor from Veep.
if the instruction could remain in English, which is the language that I speak. So
Okay, so let's start with the arms. We're gonna make a circle. This is called first position. That looks like you're driving like a car. Okay, it's more balletic. You know, it's really supposed to be
Balletic?
Like, that's not it. That is nothing. That is zero.
But that's
that-
a thing. That's a thing that we could do. And we're doing
It
a little
looks
bit
like
of
you're
that.
giving the air like a headlock, and that's not a move
It could be.
anywhere.
It could be.
No. Let's go back to our upper. So the arm.
This is better than a 10-minute rant about
I'm gonna make the air.
how 16-year-olds are the most fertile.
I want you to use your two appendages coming from the shoulder.
Being upset about Taylor Swift.
See if those can make a interesting classical shape. That's not it. That's nothing like what I'm doing. I'm just gonna base some stuff off of what you're doing.
And I don't even think she's she's not a real choreographer.
I'm feeling good about this.
You shouldn't though, because it does not look
Well,
good.
again,
He definitely should not feel good, and that's the reason why he was, eliminated the very first night of Dancing with the Stars. Apparently there was some controversy surrounding it, so we're gonna get into it. Dancing with the Star fans slam unfair voting scandal after Matt Walsh is booted out. ABC's popular competition series Dancing with the Stars returned for a brand new season on Tuesday evening, but fans were already taking shots at the show for unfairly voting out comedian Matt Walsh. Dancing with the Stars' first episode of season 32 saw Matt Walsh and his partner Coco Iwasaki eliminated, and viewers aren't happy. Matt previously decided to pull out of the competition in solidarity with the writers' strike, but took to the stage after an agreement with the WGA was made this week. Unfortunately, his cha-cha to Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe failed to impress the judges and became the first celebrity to be eliminated from the season. However, many fans weren't impressed with the decision. Goddamn right, Maynard is not impressed. I'm sure if Maynard had seen it, he wouldn't be impressed at all. His cha-cha to Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe failed to impress the judges, and he became the first celebrity to be eliminated. However, many fans weren't impressed with the decision and have even accused the show of closing the vote early to fix a result. Matt Walsh on Dancing with the Stars. You just saw him training a few minutes ago. We didn't get to see Ariana Maddox before voting, hoping this doesn't cause her to lose votes. Another said, Dancing with the Stars, you closed voting at 9:22 p.m. before the last commercial break even started. Why are they voting someone off tonight? The last person to dance won't get as much time for fans to vote as the first person. Did they do it to Matt as a way to get at him for solidarity with was this retaliation for standing on the picket line with the writers' strike? You know, Matt Walsh once called me a formidable voice in the culture.
JustinFREAKIN is a formidable voice in the culture.
This is a really good bit. I'm sad it's not going to be able to, I can't put it on YouTube. Because I'm banned on YouTube. God, I would make a, Dancing with the Stars with, I'd take that Matt Walsh, I'd transpose the other Matt Walsh's head. It'd be all cool. But no, I gotta be banned from YouTube.
As he runs across the street. It sounds like someone inside the LAPD vehicle yells, "Heads up!" And then the accident.
I just hear the helicopter.
I love that there's like a giant puddle too, and the cop gets knocked into the puddle. A cop ran into another cop.
During the moment, an LAPD pursuit takes a heart-stopping turn. As law enforcement rushed to the scene in Sun Valley, an officer behind the wheel of an LAPD cruiser appears to strike a fellow officer.
KTLA's Sandra Mitchell is live in Hollywood with the video and the investigation now underway. Sandy.
Sharon, Micah, let me start by saying the officer was not seriously hurt, but this video is
nuts.
Wild. You're going to see this moment of impact. To some people, it might be disturbing. The sirens, the screech of tires, and then the moment of impact. It's hard to believe the LAPD officer slammed, thrown through the air, tumbling across the ground, was not seriously injured. KTLA exclusively obtained this dash cam video. It appears to show an LAPD patrol vehicle hit the officer as he runs across the street. It sounds like someone inside the LAPD vehicle yells, "Heads up!" And then the accident.
I just hear the helicopter.
I love that there's like a giant puddle too, and the cop gets knocked into the puddle.
And then I hear
some people, it might be disturbing. The sirens, the screech of tires, and then the moment of impact. It's hard to believe the LAPD officer slammed by a car, thrown through the air, tumbling across the ground, was not seriously injured. KTLA exclusively obtained this dash cam video. It appears to show an LAPD patrol vehicle hit the officer as he runs across the street. It sounds like someone inside the LAPD vehicle yells, "Heads up!" And then the accident.
I just hear the helicopter and then I hear sirens. And as soon as I hear tire screeching.
Hector Morales witnessed the chaos. He didn't see the officer go down, but he says LAPD officers at the scene confirmed it was one of the LAPD vehicles that struck the officer.
I didn't see that, but I heard that one of the fellow cops hit him.
It happened Friday evening, just after 5 on Covella Street and Hollywood Way in Sun Valley. LAPD officers in pursuit of a stolen black truck. The truck crashed into a fire hydrant and a car in a driveway. Almost immediately, another call on the radio, officer down at the scene. LAPD tonight would not confirm that the officer was hit by an LAPD car, but said they were, quote, in pursuit of a stolen vehicle when an officer was struck at the termination, sustaining non-life-threatening injuries. We are thankful our officer was not seriously injured in this accident.
He's walking, that's good.
Within minutes, the injured officer was on his feet and with the assistance of LA fire paramedics on...
Hey, son, can I look at your tattoos? I want to see what kind of tattoos you have on your arms, sir. Let me see your badge. Is one of the points of your badge bent?
His way to the hospital. By the way, we did show that video to LAPD tonight, and they would not comment specifically on the video. Again, they're investigating, but would not say if it was one of their patrol officers who hit that fellow officer.
Then where the fuck did the video come from?
But I mean, let's not lie. White people are incredible. They're amazing.
He's literally doing it. He's doing the bit.
Goddamn, white people are geniuses. Goddamn, it really blows me away.
Speaking of somebody being rabid and racist. Here's Alex Jones.
But I'm talking to you tonight because you get it. And I respect you no matter if you're a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, whether you're black or white. But I will tell you this. The divide and conquer is working. And when white people that are some of the most innovative, I'd say Japanese are right up there as well. But I mean, let's not lie. White people are incredible. They're amazing. And all groups are amazing.
It really is the fucking... He's literally doing it.
Muslim, a Jew, whether you're black or white, but I will tell you this. The divide and conquer is working. And when white people that are some of the most innovative, I'd say Japanese are right up there as well. But I mean, let's not lie. White people are incredible. They're amazing. And all groups are amazing. I love humanity. But the attack that white is bad and you're bad because you're white and all of this, I mean, you look at the cathedrals white people built, you look at Beethoven, you look at the science, you look at all of it, and a lot of bad's been done. But I mean, white people are amazing. And everybody else is...
Goddamn white people are geniuses.
But they are literally out there saying it's inherently bad to be white. What do you think a young white person who's not...
No one is fucking saying that, you psycho.
...sophisticated yet, thinks when they see that? They get aggregated into another column that the globalists are going to use once they collapse society to be the commanders of the global extermination force. And then the white people are going to kill everybody. Hitler was just a dress rehearsal. I am literally jacked into the Holy Ghost. And God tells me, you need to give everybody an opportunity to join. And we're going to take everybody with us. And if you don't do this, I'm going to cut you off. You understand? And I'm like,
he's jacked into the Holy Ghost.
Like, yes, sir. I get the directive. I'm going to try to convince people. It's like, good, better. So white people, 20 to 1, are being attacked around the country. For every one person that's attacked that's not white, 20 white people are attacked, killed, murdered, carjacked, raped, beat up for no reason.
Bullshit.
Everybody sees it, and big tech allows it. They don't censor all the whites getting attacked anymore. They censor it in corporate media for the boomers. But they don't censor it online because they're legitimizing attacks on whites. They're promoting it towards a larger collision course. And when the white people are done wiping everybody else out, because that's what you told them, they were the devil. You told them they were going to do it. And what we dream, we build. And now we approach the point of no return.
Goddamn white people are geniuses.
I'm going to get on my unicorn and ride it to a pool to visit my mermaid that was financed by a leprechaun.
This has not only been retweeted by United States Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, it was apparently produced by his staff. I don't think any drugs were done while putting this together, because if they were doing drugs, it might have been good. Representative Mike Collins is a representative from Georgia. Before we get to the hard news, but Warlord's been waiting on this. So let's go ahead. I have no clue what this is about. Warlord just sent me a PM and said I want a live reaction to this video. So live reaction to this video of Representative Mike Collins. Looks like he is out in front of the Capitol building. It is the News Gimp. Welcome clinically. Once again, no clue, no pre-watch Andy.
Support you wearing black socks.
What? He condemn! He condemned the man's black socks. What the hell? Twitter fucking up. Of course. It's been having some problems this evening.
And I do not support you wearing black socks with short pants.
I need something robust, precise.
6 Hour P226, 6 Hour 320, now 6 Hour P365.
We'll provide that information. Will it be like this or will it be a real number? Will it be like that? All of that will it be a real number?
Non-human spacecraft.
Sir, Lee's got her flag. I've got my uniform.
That's my quant. My quantitative. My math specialist. Look at him.
$4.6 trillion over 10 years.
May God bless my money printer.
$1.6 trillion and off $3 trillion to the deficit.
Jim Comer subpoenaed the FBI for those documents, threatening Director Wray with contempt of Congress, and still no documents produced.
The form that they provided me was heavily redacted with specific.
What's up, guys? I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the possibility of a 7-day CR that idea has been floated as a way to keep the government open and find a path forward here. We'll see.
It's disgusting. It's what's disgusting about Washington.
And they're lying.
Who the hell do you think that you are?
The left wants to have a minority day of hearings.
What in the hell?
It's a great answer to a question that I didn't ask.
You're not resigning?
No, I'm not resigning.
I'm not leaving.
That is not a number.
You disagree with that number. That is the number.
I need to move on to something else.
Do you believe that we should place a ban on spoons?
I don't think spoons should be regulated.
I'm going to get on my unicorn and ride it to a pool to visit my mermaid that was financed by a leprechaun.
Can you help lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results? Will you?
Next question.
This has not only been retweeted by United States Representative Mike Collins of Georgia, it was apparently produced by his staff. Was this an attempt? What was his name? The editor that guy, I haven't seen one of his videos in a while, to come to think of it. Who was the guy that always used to make the funny Vic Berger? This was like, can you make a Vic Berger style video promoting me? I think the Democrats should retweet this. I think the Democrats should share this out because that was nuts. I don't think that made any of the Republicans in the video look good. This is such hip, very meme. How do we reach these kids? That's the only thing I could assume was like he looked at his comms person was like, can you make a video that's in the style of Vic Berger? Poor Lord, I don't think any drugs were done while putting this together because if they were doing drugs, it might have been good. I feel like I shouldn't even show. I've got meme of the day ready to go, but I feel like what's even the point? After that whole Representative Meme Collins is what that was. I want to be a meme. He doesn't quite know what a meme is. This is my team. As conference vice chair, I'll always be in my team's corner, fighting to amplify our message, break through the noise, and win big for America. What did anybody come away with that thinking that spoons and black socks, that's the only thing? Spoon man. Spoons and black socks. Usually I'm covering the most absurd shit in politics, but I don't know if I've got anything after that. What do the comments? I got. Have you done anything else to improve this country other than have staff make memes that appease to ninth grade? That doesn't make sense. Libertad, good evening. For everyone reading this, call your member of Congress, demand Mike Collins for vice chair. For God's sake, we need this man in power. That video made you think that was a dude that we need in power. Deregulate spoons. Representative George Santos chimes in and says, impressive. Great video. Are conservatives the new punk rock? Not a great video. And no, they are not. Apparently that video made Will Russell think we are back, baby. Your team is somewhere between a fever dream and a night terror. Another Republican politician more interested in putting on a show than they are in governing. The U.S. congressman staffer was paid to make this and post it on an official government account. Yep. That happened. Just gonna pack it up. Show's over for tonight. I got nothing.
We don't have a problem as of flying wise, but we need to return back to New York. We cannot get the horse back secure.
But I was like, you know, I haven't done this in a while. I've gotten to the next status, so.
Are you able to be quiet?
But they're enjoying it. So while we're sitting here, could I please?
I'm not enjoying it. So I'm asking you, can you be quiet?
Okay, well, find that up.
That's a yes or no answer, please.
Am I going to go to jail if I don't?
Right now.
I'm doing what the Lord is telling me to do.
I'm asking you a question, yes or no. I'm your flight leader. I need you to.
The Lord isn't telling you. You just wanted to be recognized by people. A horse got loose on a plane. Gospel singer Bobby Storm. Sorry. I think I'm conflating two different stories here. We'll get to the horse on the plane here in a second. Gospel singer Bobby Storm almost kicked off plane for singing after a flight attendant asked her to stop. It was just me spreading my joy with people, adding that the passengers on the flight had given her the go to do so. Ma'am, if I was on that flight, I'd be telling you to shut the fuck up. Gospel singer. Was almost kicked off a Delta Airlines flight after she ignored a flight attendant's request to stop singing on the plane. And there's video.
I can sit down and I'll sit down. The seatbelt signs off. The seatbelt signs off. It's not a disturbance. Once you here. It's right here, babe.
Okay, have a seat.
I am. I'm gonna have a seat. Okay, so watch me bless him. So I used to sing on planes a long time ago. I just found out I'm up for 2 Grammys. My very first time, you guys. My name is Bobby Storm.
Oh, fuck off.
And I'm up for 2 Grammys. I sing for the Lord, and my song is out on all platforms.
So apparently the Grammys was tonight?
It's called We Can't Forget Them. Michael McDonald cleared it. Warren G is on the original record as well. It's with Regulators. I want to share this with you guys. I wanted to do it when I first got on the plane.
Wait, Warren G is making gospel music now? Like, what the fuck?
But I was like, you know, I haven't done this in a while. I've gotten to the next status, so.
Are you able to be quiet?
But they're enjoying it. So while we're sitting here, could I please?
I'm not enjoying it. So I'm asking you, can you be quiet?
Okay, well, I'll find that up.
That's a yes or no answer, please.
Am I going to go to jail if I don't?
Can you please answer my question? Are you willing and able to be quiet right now?
I'm doing what the Lord is telling me to do.
I'm asking you a question, yes or no. I'm your flight leader. I need you to.
The Lord isn't telling you shit. You just wanted to be recognized by people.
Follow my instruction.
Okay.
My instruction for you to answer my question. Are you able to be quiet?
What do you guys think?
I'm asking you, ma'am.
I'm asking you guys. What do you guys think?
Okay. If you're not able to follow my instruction, you will not be taking this flight.
Ah, okay.
Are you able to be quiet?
If that's the case, then that's fine. If you were the person in charge of it all.
I'm your flight leader, yes.
If you were the person in charge.
Attention whore for the Lord.
All right, thank you.
I love that people are dragging her. This is her page. Hope the man got a pay rise for advocating for the rest of the passengers. Why is this giving me secondhand embarrassment? 8,332 likes.
So I'll sing it on the low for y'all in the back, if that's okay.
No, stop.
So the song is called We Can't Forget Them. All right, and you can download it. I don't know the issue. No one else has ever had an issue, but it's Father, I thank you for each day in my life. I realize I don't need anything. I need you.
Oh yeah. If they were singing about Allah on the plane, the fucking sky marshals be tackling them in the fucking aisle. God damn.
Shine your light, I follow. Oh Lord, I try to pretend I can do without you, but I'll be out of my mind, doing things my way, losing faith, just living life blind. But I don't want this life no more. Oh Lord,
I think it sucks.
Regulate my mind, my heart and soul. I keep forgetting I've been through this before.
And she's got her phone out. She's recording. She was putting it on the gram. on the TikTok.
I keep forgetting that this battle is not mine, it's yours. I keep forgetting we gotta learn the hard way. I keep forgetting we can't forget it. So just so you know, if you're on this flight, you have been, thank you so much. You gotta clap on the low. I know. Thank you so much. So look up Maverick City. Maverick City has an album out right now. They are a contemporary gospel group, and I have been blessed to be a part of that album. That's called We Can't Forget Them. Yep, We Can't.
Oh, so it's not even her as a solo artist.
Everywhere, it's on the billboards. So, you know, people like that, you know, they spirits a little, they can't accept it, but I'm here to spread what God needs me to spread. I'm here to spread that because that's what's gotten me where I am. I quit my job in October of last year, and I just went out by faith, and now here I am. So remember the space and chase the storm. All right, y'all, BOBBI, storms like the weather. Thank you guys, for sure. Thank you guys.
And Bobby, you're a what now? A two-time Grammy nominated?
Yes, just as of today, 2-time Grammy nominated with Maverick City, the Maverick way. Thank you. Thank you.
I feel embarrassed promoting my shit on my own fucking stream. Next time I'm on a flight, I'm just gonna be like, watch the Troll Patrol live. Find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I want to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Well, she just quit her job last year, so. And I don't think being a gospel artist really brings in all that much money. The story, her name is Bobby Storm. That is not the only disturbance that happened on a plane this week. A horse got loose on board a cargo plane after leaving JFK. A cargo plane was forced to dump fuel and divert to JFK International Airport last week after a horse got loose on board. On November 9th, a Boeing 747 chartered by... okay, so it wasn't this week. It was last week, wasn't it? Chartered by Air Atlanta, Icelandic took off from the New York airport destined for Belgium. The plane was over 30,000 feet in altitude near Boston. A horse broke free in the cargo hold. Yes, sir, we are a cargo plane with a live animal, a horse on board. The pilot told air traffic control, and apparently we have audio of this. Always down for some horse audio.
Boston, Alpha Bravo Delta 4592, climbing flight level 330.
Atlanta 4592, Boston Center, welcome.
Thanks. And Boston Center, Alpha Bravo Delta 4592.
Atlanta 4592, guys.
Yes, sir, we are a cargo plane. We have live animal horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
And the horse keeps singing shitty gospel music.
We don't have a problem as of flying-wise, but we need to return back to New York. We cannot get the horse back secure.
Atlanta 4592, Roger. You are cleared to Kennedy via radar vectors. For now, fly your present heading. Descend and maintain flight level 220.
Okay, radar vectors, present heading, descend now, flight level 220, 4592, thank you.
Atlanta 4592, fly heading 010.
Heading 010, Atlanta 4592.
Why are they transporting the horse? I'm assuming this is like some kind of fucking fancy horse, right? Why are you flying a horse from New York to Belgium?
Atlanta 4592. I have routing to Kennedy when you're ready to copy.
Standby. Okay, from Atlanta 4592, go ahead.
Atlanta 4592, you are cleared when able. A left turn direct to Sierra Echo Yankee to join the Part 3 arrival.
Okay, Sierra Echo Yankee to Part 3 arrival, Atlanta 4592. Thank you, sir.
Sounds like the plane had some wild horses. Oh, fucking shit. I was really hoping. Why did they have to dump fuel because the horse got loose? If they were too heavy with the horse in the stall, why would they not be the same? That makes no sense to me. I was really hoping the horse audio would be like brrr, brrr, in the background as the dude was on the radio to air traffic control. It's just why? What the fuck? Oh, because they're not flying as far as they were supposed to. They would be too heavy when they land. Okay. Pilot received permission to divert and made a U-turn near the Canadian border. In order to safely return to JFK, the pilot dumped 20 tons of fuel over the Atlantic, right into the ocean. Unclear how the horse got loose, but the crew asked to have a vet meet the plane back at the airport. The flight reached its final destination. If you're talking about flights, you probably shouldn't say final destination. Kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. In Liege, Belgium, the next day, according to flight tracking data. If it's a fancy horse, isn't it well behaved? If it's a racing horse, maybe they only know how to go fast. They got the zoomies or something. Can you imagine a horse with the zoomies on a plane? Okay, that could be an interesting scenario. But if it's like a dressage horse or something, doesn't it take commands well? What kind of a stall do they have for a horse? I have so many questions.